All right, guys. Last we left off, the group of adventurers pushed in to the Brain Forest on the western front. To your left shoulder, smoke cresting over the horizon. Occasionally, a whiff of smoke can be smelt, even through this thick and lush swamp that you push through as the sun was setting. Coming to a spot in the road where you decided to make camp, the sounds of wildlife was heard, which led into a pretty vicious fight between some frogs, as well as a froghemoth, which you all put down to rest, cutting its belly open, a barrel full of butter, as well as some partially digested boots and what looks to be the remnants of a poor soul traveling through. Eventually, waking up, making your way further east, running into a group of noisy refugees who had made camp just on the southern bank of what looks to be a forest fire. This forest fire seems to be in some sort of state of perpetual burn. As you interrogated, by you, it was, I believe, Kate and Senra went out to investigate this crew, and kind of figured out that there was this little camp gathering, makeshift town, village situation in the middle of the woods that seemed to have been made by displaced individuals amongst the northern of here territories, and some from the east. Stories that they told about a mysterious flaming skull that seemed to have just kind of floated between trees, slamming into the middle of this quote unquote camp, village, whatever you want to call it, settlement, releasing this toxic, noxious cloud of shit that upon inhalation seemed to kind of kill and resurrect bodies that began to feed on each other, including the actual living people in this village. That was the extent of the story they told you, because at that point they fled for their lives to the south. People all over the place from that village, scattered in west, north, northeast, east, and south, southwest. It was just a whole bunch, but this group of like four or five refugees or who brought you up. So as you made your way back to, and I believe it was Senra and Kaith, made your way back to the group and kind of was like, hey, what should we do? It was of the group mindset to bring them closer to the group. And where we left off was basically saying, hey, the fucking town's that way, and here's like a dagger to defend yourself with. But actually, and that's where we left off. With you guys were in the middle of an engagement of a long rest. I believe you were going to long rest it out, or a short. No, it was a short rest. I apologize. It was a short rest where you were whittling some sticks to make some crude, primitive spear type of situation. And honestly, that's kind of where we basically left off. I know we kind of missed the Warforge that was stuck in the tree situation because it really didn't go anywhere. But you did happen to find pieces of Warforge, an arm, a torso, and a head, I believe, or an arm, a leg, and a head. I don't think the torso was there. I think the torso was left. But putting that in the back of the wagon is when Cal and Azar look to the west, down the tracks that you have already traveled through in the midst of your short rest. Um, in the midst of your short rest, just a moment here. In the midst of your short rest, which you all gain the benefits of, This, I'll tell you what, even better. You hear the sounds of footsteps lightly approaching. We'll start there. That's all of you guys, by the way. Azar kind of picks up a shield and just kind of like, oh no, like here we go again, kind of a situation. The refugees kind of make their way clockwise around the cart as they seem to be startled, using the cart as some sort of line of sight blockage. And they kind of pull up that dagger and kind of shake a little bit. Um, Cal puts his hand on his hilt upon further inspection, looks down the road, and you see a female. Um, I guess we'll say George. Why don't you go ahead and explain what everyone sees walking down the road? I'm not going to speak in direct words from Cal because I don't want to take that off of him. But what I will say is Cal would respond in a manner of attentive and authority, indicating what is the meaning of these papers. Orders from who? Cal would begin to read these papers, and it takes him a good 30 seconds to go fully through. He looks back to the party and indicates concern for leaving, or at least to following these orders. Who will stay in my stead? What is to happen of um, my current mission? Just a second, please. Sorry, guys, just a moment. I apologize. Someone say something. I don't understand. Oh my god, hold on. I'm so sorry. Like, I don't understand why it does this, guys. I will extend the game if I have to for 5 minutes or so. Just give me a second.
No bigs. Excuse me.
You guys are more than welcome to talk amongst each other in character if you wish while I get this fixed.
All right. Hey, Kabul.
Yes.
Do you have any like leftover bones?
Hmm. I got the old shield.
Could you makeshift that into
Wait, no, I
some?
don't have that shield. Never mind. I
Damn it!
forgot it. I forgot I gave that to what's his name.
The
The
any other
store
bone?
owner guy.
Yeah, that guy.
All right, I think I got.
No bones.
I think I got it fixed, guys. Sorry for the 90-second delay on that one. All right, so as Cal swings around, you hear him whispering something into Azar's ear. Cal begins to unhook his horse from the cart as it was tied off to the back and hops on the saddle. Shortly thereafter, Azar kicks his way onto the back of the horse, holding on to Cal's waistline.
Oh.
Cal extends his apologies to the team, but explains how a greater purpose has just befallen onto him and a greater need that the Holy Empire wishes to carry out. And explains that, at least for the moment, he will make himself home in the port town, fishing town of Bastow. With a loud "Kya!"
Fate's gonna say, "Wait, Cal, wait, one moment."
Whoa!
I'm gonna walk up to Cal. He's like, I have a favor, and I take out a seal with a, I'm talking about, a scroll with a red wax on it that holds it together. I hand it to Cal, and I just whisper something into his ear and hand him the scroll before he rides off.
Absolutely. I would like you to PM me what you whisper, Cal, please. While you do that, Cal would also pull his head up and look at the refugees and beckon them to follow as Cal offers his guidance to safely travel those refugees to the town of Bastow. He looks over to Oscar and kind of gives you a chin down nod in respect. He'll look over to Senra and also kind of give you a silent head nod, a sign of respect.
He's not paying attention.
And then Kaith, he'll wink at you and then wave goodbye to Kavul and begin heading west.
We'll say farewell to the horseman and his healer friend.
This is
I'll
probably for
just-
the best. Azar was gonna end up getting killed. Faux show. He needs more training.
Yeah, they can stop guilt tripping us.
As you hear these cohorts of cows, Alexia, you're welcome to engage them as you see fit.
Alright,
Hi.
listen. Hi. Y'all are an interesting rabble. Not exactly what I expected, she says as she looks over you all. But seem like an interesting lot.
Interesting. That's an understatement. That's for sure. I
Yeah.
guess if you're working with us, nice to work with you. We don't really have like. Are we a part of this like Holy Empire task force thing? I've just been.
Is that an
doing
out of
stuff.
character question?
No, that's Oscar's saying this.
Oh, my apologies.
That question
Like-
aside, who are you and why should we care? You just seem like a deliberate person, sending a message to someone on horseback that just ran off.
Well, my boss gave me some orders to deliver to Cal. And my orders were to stay with y'all and help y'all in y'all's endeavors, as he put it.
But how'd you know where we were?
My boss told me where y'all were.
Nobody knows where we are. Have you been following us this whole time?
And who is this boss?
My benefactor wishes to remain anonymous at this time. He is interested in what y'all are doing and sent me to assist.
Do you use magic?
Yes.
Oscar perks up. Are you a wizard?
Hold on for a second.
So Keith is gonna look at you with that response of a yes, kind of just like roll her eyes and walks away.
Yeah, she's racist to magic. Don't.
Magic's not a race. Sorry, that was out of character.
I agree. Not racist.
Nah. Definitely. Definitely.
Maybe
yeah.
classist. Is that a thing?
Classist.
Arcanist, because she seems okay with divine.
Oh, okay. I like that sounds good, Arcanist.
Although that also is like a job in some games. Arcanist.
She don't like them.
I just don't like Oscar.
After all the times I've goddamn saved your life. But yeah, after Keith asks if you use magic and you say yes, Oscar's like he looks sort of like worried and he's like are you a wizard?
What do you mean by are you a wizard?
Did you gain your magical prowess through study of the arcane? Were you born with it? Were you blessed by
Alexia just kind of looks up, thinks for a moment. It's like, well, I guess you could say it was a bit of both.
Do you have a spell book?
No.
Whew. All right, this person's okay. We're good guys.
He gives you a puzzled look. She looks at the rest of the party. Like, is he okay?
No.
And neither of you, if you're trying to join us, you're better off to leave. You'll probably survive another day.
Hey, only one of our friends have died.
And it was your fault.
It wasn't my fault. He stuck his hand in the hole. I had nothing to do with it. I tried. Stop blaming me for something that's not my fault, Kate. I tried everything I could.
Kavul approach and just get like real close study and says, "They're strange people."
I'm getting that.
They're very rude and mean.
Just to give you a description of Kavul, he's a lizard folk wearing just tattered pants and nothing else.
Are you not wearing armor?
No.
The hell?
Have you not been paying attention?
His token has armor.
Yeah, but I gave that armor away. I never put it back on.
I see.
Okay.
Well, if you're gonna tag along, I guess. Do you already know where we're going and what we're doing?
Last I checked, y'all were headed to Bastel, right?
No, we came from Bastel. We're heading sort of the opposite direction. We're heading to
Mirador.
Mirador? Okay, yeah. All right. Sorry, I've been busy. I haven't been able to catch up on everything that's going on in this game. So let me get back into character.
Well, yeah, we're heading there. Hopefully try to intercept my dad's forces, help the people or something. See if they have any magical stuff. I don't know. Well, I mean,
well, if we're heading to Mirador, I suggest we get to moving.
Oscar like turns and looks at the rest. Sounds about right.
Sen, there is a little bit more soup left in the pot that you made for everybody before they departed after this quote unquote short rest. I'd say about 2 cups worth left. What do you wish to do with it?
Well, leftovers, and she points to the pot.
We'll eagerly go over and finish it off.
You grab the pot, and because of your lack of structured lips, as you just pour it into your elongated snout, it kind of drips down your scales a little bit and over your chest, and a little bit kind of into your tattered pants that you're wearing. The pot is returned to Senra empty, and still smells of the potatoes and carrots, but it's fairly empty now.
Made sure to lick it clean.
Yeah, your tongue begins to lick the edges.
That wasn't my pot. Whoever it was can have it back. I'm not carrying that smelly thing.
Kabul just put it in his pack then.
All right, you open your pack and you pop in a decent sized pot. Just please be aware of the other items in your bag, as over the time and movement, they might get some residue of some carrot and potato stew.
I don't think I have much in there, so.
All right, as Ginger, the horse, begins to get a little impatient, begins stomping on the ground with her front hooves. Kaith, Ginger comes up to you as if she wants a snack.
I'm gonna search the ground for any like grass or anything, so I don't have anything in my bag that a horse would eat.
You're surrounded by a lush woods environment just on the outskirts of a swamp. There's plenty of grazing to be had here.
Right? I will grab a couple handfuls of that and offer it to her.
Give me an animal handling check. The horse would kind of rear its head up and kind of knock your hand, spilling whatever greenery you had in your palm for it to eat.
Just gonna apologize and just like, this is all I have.
All right, team. What is the plan, guys?
It seems like none of us are really interested in dealing with the, the flaming skull of noxious zombies. So we should just continue with our original plan, right?
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
All right.
I don't see a
Oscar's
lot
gonna
of
throw the
benefits.
sticks on the ground.
I'm sorry, Senra, I couldn't hear you. Say what?
I don't see a lot of benefit of going after that.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, those are nothing more than stories you heard from the refugees. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to engage it. I agreed completely. It seems to be the will of the party to continue moving over to Mirladar.
Oh, that was Senor talking, not me. So
Oh, my bad.
it's good. It's all fine.
Okay. You continue to head through the Brain Woods. An hour passes. It is now around noonish. Another hour passes. Making your way through the trees, the road itself seems to kind of cut away, forcing you guys to kind of squeeze your cart through tighter enclosures and trees. No official road can be seen at this point. You guys come across a stream that seems to cut from north to south, perpendicular to your route. The donkey, or the mule, was it a donkey or a mule?
I think it was a mule. I think we had 2 mules.
The 2 mules pulling the cart, like so. And I'll draw for just shits and grins here. 1 second. So let's say this is a cut of what I'm looking at right now. So you guys are on a cart over here. Pardon the drawing. and there seems to be kind of a stream at the bottom with the two mules. Hee-haw. With the mules that don't seem to want to cross over the stream.
How long is how wide is it?
Let's give it about 10 feet across.
Looking down the length, is there any rise in the banks where it's closer, or a bridge, or a fallen tree?
It seems like this stream has cut away from this earth for many years, so the erosion is quite apparent. In fact, it kind of here, I'll draw another picture for validity here. So it's like the stream itself has kind of an embankment on it, and the water kind of flows like this. So if you were to apply pressure on the edges, it, by the looks of it, because you got time to burn here, by the looks of it, like the weight might force that to cave in, which would effectively make it wider inadvertently. Does that make sense? I hope I'm explaining that right.
It
No,
does.
that makes sense. So if there are no fallen trees or anything,
I mean, reasonably. I mean, like I said, it's a stream. It doesn't seem to be crazy deep. In reality, you guys easily bounding across it is not going to be the problem. The problem is getting, the
Cart.
donkey. Yeah, the cart and the donkeys don't seem to be very thrilled with this obstacle. But as far as trees, I mean, you're in the middle of the woods, so there's absolutely probably a tree or two that has fallen over the course of years, and there's probably many access points. But what doesn't change is the contours of the stream that seems to go, north to south.
should we try to gather up some sturdy looking lumber? That might take a while.
You gonna mill it into a plank too? Let's just flatten out this thing as best we can and ride through it.
Looking down as they're discussing, I'll see if I can find a place that's already flattened that may have tracks as well.
Sure. Why don't you throw me a survival on that, or an investigation, whichever one's better for you.
They're both terrible.
With a 19, I'm going to say you'll take at least 15, 20 minutes or so to kind of bound your way to the north, bound your way to the south, and kind of look for a better access point. There are... there's sediment, right, in certain places where the sand would naturally just kind of travel down the stream and erode onto the banks. So there are moments that would look like raised. You put your foot in it just to kind of test the stability of the sand. It's very, very soft soil, very, very soft sediment. I'm not going to say it's like quicksand, but your foot would sink into it under that pressure. Like it hasn't settled. And depending on the amount of rain this area gets from time to time, could also change that as well. So it's rockier in places too, but all in all, at least 15 minutes up, 15 minutes down, still has a very similar structured. Although you'll have some rocks here and there and some sediment kind of erosion places.
Hey, what was your Lexum? What was your name? And he walks up to
Alexia.
Alexia. Okay.
Do I need to help you
said
pronounce it?
no, I got you. I'm just bad at remembering names. So you said you're also a spellcaster. Do you happen to know any spells that can work with the earth in some way, like forming it in specific ways or anything like that?
Hmm. I'm not that kind of spellcaster.
Damn.
You could just tell us what kind you are, so if we get in combat, we're not assuming you're something else and die because of it.
Well, Well, I do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm good at killing people.
Fuck it. she's gonna rage and go to force strike against her.
Wait, what's going on?
You're not. She's easily frustrated, so she's like, "You're not showing what you can do, so I'm gonna force you to it." She's going to attack. Not
All
like
right.
full weaponry, but like hand to hand.
Yeah, so we're doing the whole RP PvP
Yeah.
thing at this point. So
Oh.
I see out of character. I see what Senra is trying to accomplish here. So what you would see, actually, visually speaking, Senra, why don't you explain what Alexia is about to see?
Senra is a Shadow Kai with longer black hair, pale skin, and a bunch of tattoos and scars and piercings all over her.
What?
Shadow Kai. It's
It's a
a
type
form
of
of elf. Yeah.
Okay.
But she's just kind of like, if you're not gonna fucking tell us, then I'll make you. And she's gonna go to throw a swing. Basically, not
and-
drawing weapons, but just swinging, which she has plenty of weapons beyond.
Absolutely. So I know George out of character. So I
Yeah.
believe this is the first time with you specifically dealing with how we handle PvP and on my table. So,
Yes.
So you see
First
him
time
strike.
experiencing it, I have witnessed it before.
Okay, good. So you know what the expectation is. So he is striking you in the guise of attempting to bring out whatever it is you're not alluding to.
Okay.
So how do how does your character react to this?
How far away from me were they when they began? Were they like right next to me when they started this confrontation, or did they have to move to me? Because that's going to be two different things.
Sure, Senra, you tell me.
I'd have been adjacent to being close enough to hit, because I already said I was basically doing that.
Okay, so yeah, and that's an unarmed strike, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Alexia will immediately throw up a shield spell to block the hit.
Okay.
And then afterwards, she will, globe of darkness will appear around them.
Okay, so like the actual spell of darkness. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's a certain way Alexia casts darkness. I'll message it to you.
Well, how about this? I'll do the flavor with the shield, and then you'll take over for the darkness. So as Senra fucking buffs up for a hot moment and punches at you, her knuckles into what color is your shield?
It is honestly, it's almost like her own shadow just popped up and protected her.
Absolutely, and it kind of under the force of your punch, which is immensely fucking powerful, Senra. Boom! This black semicircular force field kind of irradiates in front of your fist, and as you slam your knuckles into it, it creates this like shadow wave under your own force, and then this shield begins to go ahead, George.
The shield permeates into a giant globe of darkness, and you are essentially blind.
Is it on the center of me? And is it actually the darkness spell?
It is.
They did say it was the darkness spell.
Yes, it is the darkness spell.
And so it covers you as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, here we go again. Hey, Alexia.
Already knows where it is, so you're gonna keep with another one and but carry through to push out of the darkness and keep on.
So you say you're trying to push him out of the darkness? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, so like strike forward, kind of like almost like a jolting into like a tackle to push outside of the spell range.
It's like a shove.
Yeah. At disadvantage if we're doing rolls, but I don't think we are. But she's gonna put her shoulder into it and just kind of push to move us both outside of the range of that spell.
So as this is going on, Keith is going to be yelling at Senra to find your happy place. Senra, find it.
Fucking in it.
Happy
She
place.
pushes in.
So
Well, at least
I'm
you can
gonna
do
say
something.
what I'm gonna
else you
say is
got?
what I'm gonna say is this. So as Senra, unexpectedly to you, and Senra, just to verify out of character, you do see in magical darkness, right?
I do not.
You do not. Okay. So You punch the shield. You know what? I'm going to do one thing here. I'm going to do 50-50 real quick here on a D4. So evens, I'm going to say you grab around her waist. Odds, you miss completely.
Mhm.
Odds, you mean, okay, so as you swing around, Alexia, you see this hulking female, quite mighty female indeed, try to kind of grab you into like a bear hug to kind of push you out of the magical darkness. But you see it coming. How do you wish to engage this?
She
I have a follow-up question, but go on.
she will actually move away from her, just kind of to the edge of the darkness, and just kind of watch her as she fumbles around.
For flavor, Senator, first ask your question.
I was curious because it's verbal. How does the verbal sound? So everybody else could hear it as well. Like the incantation for the actual spell for darkness.
She doesn't say it.
It's a verbal spell. You
It-
would have to be saying it.
It depends on the class. There are some classes that remove the verbal. Let me just verify that
Okay.
that's what this is.
Yeah, that's what I'm verifying too.
Okay, thank you.
Will would ask Oscar if we can eat her now.
No, this is all on Senra.
But as they're looking at that, she's not going to fumble for too long, but just go in a single direction. She's already been lost in darkness before and just goes towards a direction, walking straight, and gets out of it.
Absolutely. As you exit out of the darkness where the light hits you back, you just see the cart in front of you. And just a point of reference, or what is it, point of order? I don't see where the verbal components are overlooked for your class.
Yeah,
George?
I'm not saying that either. Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't
so-
know if that was.
In
Was
response
it a
to
meta
Senator's
magic thing?
it was a meta magic thing.
If you have the
No,
silent
I
spell
have.
one.
I'm a shadow sorcerer.
Yeah. So if you had used the meta magic to remove the verbal components, that could still work. Is what I was saying.
I didn't get that. Okay. She.
But in character, I was curious for like those that know casting, like Oscar, would be able to maybe pick up on a school, either divine or arcane, since she's being cryptic.
She will speak in an elvish tongue. The words that will bring about darkness around her.
At this point, Senran, you would turn around, and he, as Alexia has already stated, she's going to take refuge in the darkness itself. All you see is this orb of shadow that it's not like a pure darkness spell in its traditional sense. It seems to be more innate. It seems to be as if it's not the darkness spell, almost like the absence of light has it kind of almost like a mist of darkness versus the actual solid sphere of darkness. You know what I mean?
After she sees you leave the spell, from within the spell, you hear her say, "Are we finished yet?"
It depends. Is all you can actually do is just run and hide? That seems pretty useless to me.
Fine then. She's Alexia's gonna fire off. Let's see.
Just send your best spell, dude.
Psst, you're not a part of this, fate. Shut up.
Hold on, that's two different spells.
It's technically there, so.
You. No, all right. So, does this require a save? I don't think it does.
Well, it's still going to be under the rules that we state. So you are doing that in the offensive. So
Yeah.
because
She's-
we are not doing this in the rules of combat, we're going to change this up a little bit. As she begins to, rather, Senra, as you hear the verbal components of what sounds to be a spell. You don't see her, unfortunately, so you don't see her hand motions and whatnots, but it sounds as if she's about to do something to you.
When she starts talking or casting, Senra darts immediately to that position by audio.
Okay, and you did say you're on the edge of the darkness. Okay, this is getting flavored pretty interestingly. Hold on one second here.
Okay, hold on. No, I'm changing the spell I'm gonna do.
Well, regardless, any spell, he's going to be darting towards you. So you go ahead and you can load up a spell just for flavor context. That's fine.
All right. Let's see. Let's
Welcome to the
start.
party.
Yeah, we'll do that.
That's perfect flavor wise. So, and hold on, I'm going to roll something on my side just for my own shits and grins here. 1 second. Okay, so as Senra charges towards your sound, almost as if she's using fucking sonar, whoop, you see, Senra, this radiant bolt of what color?
The color, whatever black light is.
Okay.
That.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. Whoop, you in your rage and you're just in the fucking moment. This bolt, how does it miss you?
I just dart straight forward, and they're probably maybe expecting I'm gonna dodge to a side, but I just run straight forward and like goes over the shoulder.
Okay, and it kind of nips a little bit of your hair as you put your arms around Alexia, and you feel her begin to struggle. Senra, what are you gonna say?
You need to do better than that if you want to survive. And you said arms around. Is that describing a grapple?
Let's just say a quasi bear hug of sorts.
Not that.
Okay, then just gonna walk out of the darkness.
Okay, you pull her out.
Area.
Everyone else would be able to see. Alexia is kind of in this bear hug, girl on girl kind of situation going on right now.
And once outside, I just unceremoniously drop her to the ground.
He lets you go, Alexa. Rather, let me rephrase that. She lets you go, Alexia.
She drops to her knees, then gets back up and dusts herself off.
Do better.
Well,
And she'll
if we're
walk
done
off and
with
try to
this
find a way to cross.
exercise in futility, hope
Oscar
What's
like
futile
walks up.
is trying to join people without telling them what you can fucking do. That's
I
called being
told
not
you I could
productive.
cast spells. That's all you needed to know.
You said what?
I told you I could cast spells. That's what you needed to know.
No, there are a lot of different types of spells. There are good
Yes,
ones, there are
there
bad
are,
ones, there are
and
mediocre
I'm
ones, and
capable
there are
of
useful
few of them.
ones. Saying you can cast spells doesn't say shit. You're saying I'm a special snowflake because I can cast spells. I can cast spells.
I
That
didn't
doesn't
say
mean
I was a
I'm a
special snowflake.
spellcaster.
I never
It's not
once said I
helpful.
was a special snowflake. I said I
So
could
now
cast
we know.
spells. I'm very much a mundane spellcaster.
So now we know. And now we can try to get across this bridge, this river. Not bridge. And hopefully we won't die the next time some toad tries to eat us.
As they're arguing, during the whole thing, Kavul is just putting his gear on the bank and jumping in. So probably at this time they hear a splash.
So,
And she just
I'm gonna jump in real quick. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah.
That was well handled, guys. Thank you. From one DM to two other DMs, because I know George, you DM from time to time as well.
Oh yeah,
That was
that's the game on Saturday.
that was well handled and very adult of you, and I wish to give you both, if you don't have it already, a DM inspiration. That is the model way that I think PvP should be done on this type of table. So thank you, and I wish to say that publicly. That was awesome. Very awesome imagery, very awesome RPing, guys. Keep it up.
I'm gonna use an inspiration to try to find a way to easily cross the river and then gain one.
Okay, perfect.
No, hey,
You'd have to do that.
In your rage, you stomp on the ground and the fucking earth opens up.
I'll be right back. I gotta go take care of something.
All right.
Oh, the Underdark.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
Oh, no, the drow.
Nevertheless, Senra, in your rage, what you do see is, I mean, it's a stream, you know what I mean? There's trees around. I could reasonably say, using your 19 from earlier, there does seem to be a tree, a fairly decently sized tree that's probably half rotten. But that's probably the extent of what I can give you, unless you guys plan on throwing rocks in here for the next hour.
Well, it seems stable enough to cross as he's splashing around in there.
Yeah, I would say the water itself only probably comes up just below your knees. It's not this incredible thing. It's the slope of the terrain, which is probably more of an issue for the cart than the the donkeys. It's the cart that's really the main issue here. That might be a bit rough to get across the stream on its own without any kind of assistance.
How heavy is the cart?
It's a smaller cart. It has Cal left his fucking Warforged pieces in there.
I kicked them out.
Okay, you
I
kicked
don't
them out.
want this shit.
That's fine with me. You kicked them out, but the cart itself, it has. I think you guys you loaded it up with rations and water, I believe.
He kicks him out. I grab him and put him in the stream to create a crossing bed.
Sure. I mean, that's two pieces of the equation. That's fine. You could absolutely stomp those into the muck and soot to kind of help out.
Yeah.
There's still a long way to go to create a full thing, but that'll help.
As I'm doing it, it's like, we can probably just disconnect the damn animals and get them across one by one, and then maybe even lift the cart, unload stuff if we need to. It'll take 30 minutes, but whatever. What does everyone think?
I think we can
I think that sounds
slope
like a good idea.
our side and the other side, and just maybe tie the horse to the cart as well, and just power through.
What's the bed of this little creek made out of?
It's like a soft sediment. There are some roots that seem to. It's kind of like there's vegetation around, right? So a couple bushes and plants, which is probably the reason why the contours of the stream are as such. As the water erodes underneath the root beds, it's the root beds that are holding the soil up, so to kind of create that concave effect going on. But it's mostly soil, some rock. Years and years of decomposing leaves and vegetation. Think deciduous forest. Think of a forest that's on the picture.
Gotcha. Yeah, Kavul just kind of relax in the stream. So, how are we getting across?
Either we take it apart and go, or we just do like...
I'd say the safest bet is to take it apart and cross. That way you don't risk injury to the animals.
Well, we could have the animals cross beforehand and then push the cart through. We can use the stuff that's the parts in that one tree Senra saw to make it so it's a little bit like more stable for the wheels, and then we can just all push it.
Oh, that's fine. Let's just do something out of this place.
Sure. Who wants to bring the
thing ahead that's probably waiting to kill us, so we don't want to be impolite about it.
That was funny.
Okay. I assume everyone's assisting with this task. So as you begin to kind of separate the donkeys from the cart, you bring the barrel of water out and the bags of rations that was loaded up from the citizens of Bestow. You move them to the other side of the stream. Like I said, the stream's only about like 10, maybe 12 feet across. Nothing crazy, but the dip of earth from the flat part that you're standing on to the water is maybe about a foot and a half down. As you kind of walk into the dip, you are up to your knees in water, and you can kind of hop up on the other side. So you move all the shit from the cart. The cart is significantly lighter now, and it's empty, and it is a covered cart as well. So you do have this kind of canopy of hard canvas that does cover the top, still semi-burned from the previous combat, and whatnot. So everyone's contributing on this pushing thing, right?
Yeah, I'm going to do my best. I think I'm probably just going to staying on my horse. I'll probably get lost in the mud.
Let's use rope to tie the horse to the cart, and Kate can slowly walk forward with it while we're pushing it, right?
We'll kind of be like under in the water, like trying to make sure the wheels don't get stuck.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, honestly, between Kavul, Fate, the horse, and Senra's might, I'm gonna say you guys, just those four by themselves, have enough muscle to to be able to assist the cart in a manner that's down. The one thing that'll be questioning is going to be the integrity of the cart itself. As the wagon wheels kind of slowly push into the water over rocks and over pieces of Warforged, the wagon is almost like 45 degrees as the front wheels enter the water. You know what? Let's have some fun with some flavor. So we got Kaith is pulling with a rope on a horse, which is fine. Who's assisting the descent of this wagon? I know Kavul said you were in the water, so I'm going to safely say that you're in front of the cart so it doesn't crash into the water. Is anybody with Kavul there?
I was helping from behind.
Okay. So, Kavul, you seem to be the only one in the water attempting to stabilize this cart. Even though you have enough muscle to push it all out and get through, it doesn't mean gravity is turned off as the weight of this cart begins to kind of lean into you. Why don't you give me a athletics check real quick, Kavul? I'm going to say, Senra, as it begins to kind of slide forward, I'm assuming you're going to flip your hands around and try to pull it reverse to slow it down, I'm assuming?
Yeah, if it starts to seem a little bit precarious, I'll do
Okay,
that.
fantastic. With a 10, Kavul, you're leaning into it. You're like, oh! It's kind of like you're losing your shit. Roll me a fucking, just whatever, dexterity saving throw. Let's have some fun. Nice. As you step on the into the water, you actually step on the arm of that Warforged that was put in. It rolls under your foot, but as it slides, you shoulder into the front of the cart, and you maintain your balance. The front two wheels are in the water. The rest of the cart, as Kaith begins to pull with the horse, and Fate, I'm assuming you're assisting somehow, right?
Yeah, I'll probably be, I guess, in the front of the cart, just pulling,
Okay.
going to the side, pushing, whatever is needed.
Alexia, you back yet? Nope. Okay. As you all begin to do so, the pressure is off you now, Senra. Like it seems to be in the water. So as you continue to push forward, you hear the rocks under the water begin to move around and shift under the weight of the cart wheels in the front. The back two wheels, as the earth gives out, and kind of makes the cart slide into the water. The back two wheels, you are able to push. And make it up to the other side. This whole task, I'm going to go ahead and say, takes... Yeah, that's not acceptable. Sorry, got to reroll.
5 minutes.
Oh my god.
2 minutes.
All right, that's better. +5. Let's just say 9 to 10 minutes to fully kind of get it into the water. A quick simple breathe, and you push it over. Absolutely. So 10 minutes or so to get the cart onto the other side. Let's just say 10 minutes to get it, clear of all stuff that's on the inside as well as the donkey. Let's say another 5 minutes to get the donkeys across. So let's say the entire task so far is taking you guys about roughly a half an hour. Fuck it, let's say 40 minutes just to be on the safe side. As you begin to attach everything back to normal in the cart, I assume that's where you guys are going with that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, another 10 or so, maybe 15 minutes. So let's just say 45 minutes to an hour has passed at this point in time. All right, team, what is the plan?
Kavul would gather up his things and come out with his pants still in his bag while he dries off.
Kavul, naked as the day he was born, pulls himself out of the stream. And
He doesn't see anything wrong with it.
Hey, no, not at all. Looks at you guys as if he was saying, without words, what?
Let's just get going.
I'm gonna climb back into the cart. Can I you know how before I had like maneuvered like green flame blade to like heat us up?
Yeah, I remember
before.
that.
Can I try doing that to like sort of like evaporate some of the water that's like on like in the cart as well as like my own pants?
I mean, yeah, if you want to flavor that, that's fair. You know, as long as you're being cautious and you're using nothing but concentration on it, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, that just like a cosmetic type deal
Yep.
essentially.
100%, absolutely. You got, you know, everyone that's on the outside of the, you know, occasionally as the cart slides into your line of sight in the opening, you'll see like this green light kind of just emitting, which kind of under certain angles kind of creates a glow around Oscar's body, like as if he was welding, except green flame. Absolutely. All right, guys. Eventually, the terrain begins to increase in elevation, a 30-degree slope, up and up and up. It is at this point, okay, so I might have to illustrate as well. Hold on, I need to give you guys something to work with here. 1 second. Okay, so if this terrible semicircle here would represent the hill that you're walking up, right? And then there's, you know, trees everywhere, whatever. At some point, when you guys get to a spot on the hill, your visibility sees through some canopy. And broken as it may be visually to you, you'll see the tips of the snow-covered white stone mountains peeking out through the leaves of the trees.
Oh God, that looks cold.
Then you have your little fire.
Yeah, good thing I have this.
Not that bad.
Can I make a perception check to, you know, Senra went and said like, oh, there's probably something on the other side of the river waiting to kill us, and you know that really got me thinking. That's probably true. So can I make a perception check?
Sure, absolutely.
Cool.
The apocalypse starts because Oscar agreed with something Senra said.
That's a 14.
Yep. As you get to the top, you know, you are kind of admiring this. If you've always seen from Bestow, you've always seen the mountain range of the Whitestone Mountains as the elevation is extremely high in some places. You've seen the snow caps in the distance, but you've never had the ability to see what's below. You know, so this Whitestone snow-capped mountain in front of you is quite awe-inspiring. It's fucking beautiful, man. Out of character for those who've never seen a snow-capped mountain, it is an amazing sight to behold, in person especially. So as you kind of, you know, and it's just teasing you, right? Like this big snow-capped mountain range in front of you. As you get you to the top of that hill, with your perception, you look around, looking for threats. And at this point, by the way, it's late afternoon, dinner time. So let's say in another hour or so, we're gonna get some dusk going on, right? And as you look down to your right, you'll see a stream, another stream bed, obviously, that seems to follow the contours of the down slope, and it kind of branches off into a small waterfall, and then another small waterfall after another 15, 20, 30 feet, and then another small waterfall. And then as you're following your eyes with the water, you see at the bottom what appears to be this cabin, a log or wooden home at the base where the water meets another body of water, which seems to be where all this water is depositing, a small lake or pond, or a large pond, small lake.
Hey guys, it looks like someone's living down there. Is it directly in our path, or is it like off to the side?
There does seem to be a towpath at this point. You know, it wasn't quite clear to you when you guys were going up the slope, but now that you're on the inside valley of this of this location, the downhill part before the Whitestone Mountains, there does seem to be, with your 14, I'll give it to your right, just adjacent to the stream, there seems to be a towpath. It's not large enough for carts and whatnot, but it does seem to be a traveled, earth-beaten location. Think of a deer trail, but more used. It's very apparent that it's all torn away by traffic.
Once he points it out, we'll say, "I'll check it out," and I'll just start heading towards the cabin.
You make your way to the footpath, Kavul. Why don't you give me a survival check, please? You kind of notice as you're following the stream down, you're about halfway down the slope. The cabin itself is still kind of a decent couple of feet away, a couple yards away, a couple hundred yards away, let's say. As you look down, you see footprints. And with a 20 survival, I'll give it to you. These footprints seem to be fairly fresh.
Okay, I'll just say that looks like someone's been here recently, and I'll continue to the cabin.
Fate, you hear Kavul mention and refer to the footprints that are inside the trail area. As Kavul stands up and makes his way back or further towards the cabin, does Fate wish to say anything at this point or do anything?
I literally just had to get up to get the kettle. But what did I miss? I know he cool went down there and saw footprints. Is that it?
Yeah, basically there seems to be a fresh set of footprints that head towards this cabin.
Let's go investigate.
Okay, you're right on the tail end of Kavul there. Let's move over. Are you back yet, George? George is still AFK, which takes us to Oscar. Let's do Oscar first. Oscar, you see Kavul kneel down and address the fresh footprints, and he stands up and continues to walk towards the cabin in front of you with Fate.
Hey, were they humanoid footprints?
I mean, they pointed it out to you. You're more than welcome to investigate if you wish.
No, I'm not getting. I'm staying in the cart. I'll just stay in the cart. If something looks like it's about to attack, scream, and then I'm gonna keep an eye towards it. But check out the egg for a quick second before something happens.
Sure, and we'll get back to your egg in just a second here. As Keith, you hear Oscar warn Fate and Kavul as they head towards the cabin after acknowledging some fresh set of footprints. You hear Oscar give them a warning of, hey, if you're going to die, scream first kind of situation.
So I can run.
So he can run. At this point, you're still on horseback, I'm assuming. And let's just say the two that are heading towards the cabin are about 30 to 40 feet in front of you. Yeah.
Can I watch them as they go down? Like, or is it too condensed?
I mean, the path itself, it's enough for single file. It's definitely a used trail, as we stated before. So you'll be able to. There's room to move around if that's what you're asking. And they kind of acknowledged where the footprints were as well.
I was gonna say if I could stand at the top of the trail and kind of watch as they walk down.
Sure. I'm going to say you're reasonably within 10, 15 feet of the cart where Oscar is, and you're just keeping eyes on. Senra, what's Senra doing in all this?
So I'm just gonna sigh. More of this shit. Fine, whatever. Someone should watch the damn carts. Besides just Oscar. She'll jump down and sort of sit next to one of the wheels of the cart and kind of lean against it.
Sure. 100% as you stay up topside. Perfectly fine. Alexia, I know you were AFK for a short while, so I'll give you the 5-second recap. You're at the top of a hill looking down at a cabin in the woods with a stream that seems to go down into multiple waterfalls, eventually kind of. What's the word? Depositing into a large pond or a small lake, whatever phrasing you want to use. And the two of them, Kavul and Fate, are moving towards the cabin after they have acknowledged some fresh footprints in the soil on the trail.
Shit. Oh, okay. Hold on. I need to hold on. I need to gather my senses because I. Okay. She looks down at the cabin and what state does the cabin seem to be in?
From your range, it seems to be overgrown, at least a lot of it. You can see the front door is open, and it seems to be like halfway off a hinge. The roof has gathered moss at this point, and there seems to be some fresh earth that seems to be recently disheveled, and I'll leave it at that. Just on the outside of the front porch.
Okay. Who's up there on the hill with Alexia? Or the
So
path, or where they're at?
Sure. So at the top of the hill, next to the cart, you have Kaith on horseback, which she's a halfling. You have Oscar in the cart chilling, who's a human. We have Senra leaning against the cart wheel, kind of sitting on her ass, just kind of using the cart as a back support. And then you, and then Kavul, which is the lizard folk, and Fate, the human. Human, right, Fate?
Yep.
Walking down the hill towards the cabin.
Alexia turns to Sinra. It's like, is it best to send those two off by themselves?
Hard to know for sure.
Well, if
Probably
there's
be
still...
fine.
Well, I hope there's nothing nasty in that cabin waiting for them.
Probably is. As he's
And
only like halfway paying attention.
Awesome. Oscar, because I don't want to ignore what your situation was earlier, do me a favor and just give me a quick investigation check, please.
Oh, okay. Investigation.
With a 9, your egg does not feel like rumbling, no movement. It just kind of seems to be in the same state that it's been all day.
Hey, that's better than it being bad. He
Correct.
seals it back up and uh looks towards his compatriots who are opening the treasure chest, which is that cabin, and then pulls out the whittling stuff and and continues on carving while he
Sure.
waits.
Sure thing. Which now the camera is going to pull out of the cart, past over Senra's head and through Alexia's shoulder and ear, flying down there and coming in behind Kavul and Fate as you both make your way closer to this cabin. You get to a point in front of the cabin, and I will illustrate just for purposes of giving you the atmosphere here. Square is the cabin. You've made your way down the hill. So you'll find that the squiggly is, let's just call that disheveled dirt. And then these X's scattered about looks to be like ripped, tattered clothing. As you make your way towards the front of the door. So I'm going to have you guys stop so you're looking down, there's clothes, looks to be linens, looks to be very poor quality clothing. On top of the poor quality clothing seems to be fresher clothing, although dirty and still poor. It doesn't nearly look as bad as the rags that are underneath it, and they actually have a little bit more color. They're definitely more colorful clothing on top of the shittier clothing, and just to the side of it is what looks like earth that has been disheveled and torn up. You look forward. You look forward at the door, and it seems to be literally hanging on by like the frailest hinge as the door is kind of lopsided 45-degree angle, and then even in the dimming light, you would be able to see through the door towards the back side of this cabin. There seems to be a very large hole in the wall.
Kavul will kind of go into a crouch and approach quietly to investigate more.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me an investigation while Fate decides what he's gonna do.
Sorry, auto character. I'd be doing it stealthily.
Okay, that's fine too. Roll me a stealth with that then. So Fate, as you see Kavul kind of drop down, lowers the center of gravity a little bit, and begins to kind of put his nose in the air, kind of sniffing around, tasting the air, doing whatever he fucking does. What's Fate doing?
Fate's kind of off to his right, creeping up as well.
Sure. Why don't
Off
you
to the side.
roll me a stealth as well with an investigation, since you seem to be sharing similar ideologies at this point. Beautiful. Beautiful. Fate, you also lower your center of gravity with Kavul, and you both begin to look around. Combined, as you skirt around to the right a little bit, you kind of look past the clothing, and you look at the disheveled earth. Around and I'll do a bird's eye illustration here. And you know what? Let me fucking just do it on the wood over here. Maybe that'll be easier. So, once again, cabin here. And then let's just say path, door, clothes are the X, and then the disheveled dirt is here. It's very much in the shape, very similar to a potato. What you find with your investigation is that these little speckles around the outside of this circle seems to be a variety of footprints or imprints, as well as around all the front of the house or the cabin also seems to be a decent amount of footprint. And honestly, even with that investigation, I'm going to go ahead and say on the side of the cabin here, I'll draw an arrow to it. This side of the cabin, you'll see scratched into the side of the cabin a bunch of circular and runic inscriptions in a circle pattern, and a locket of hair in the middle of it.
Yum.
Well, that's weird. Anything in there, Kabul?
Do I see anything inside while peeking in?
So you want to peek in as well? Sure. You with your squatting down and you pull kind of a Johnny Five corner 45-degree angle lean to look inside. Do you have dark vision?
I do not think so.
I
Well-
think Senra is the only one. Oh, Senra and now Alexia are the only ones with dark vision.
Gotcha. So you would see light coming in through the hole on the back side. So with that light radiating into the cabin, what you definitely would see is what looks to be like a dresser or some sort of wardrobe or bookshelf, some sort of wooden furniture that has been tipped to its side. There seems to be wreckage everywhere else around the outside, as if this place has been flipped upside down. Think of, when the bad guy was searching for that special thing in your home and they just rip everything to pieces. What you also see scattered around the door frame itself would be fur. There seems to be fur that kind of either shedding or has been forcefully ripped off by rubbing. And then at the bottom of that shelving unit, which seems to have scrapes as if it's been pushed to the side, you'll see a trap door. But outside of that, you look to your left, you look to your right, inside the cabin. It's too dark to really make out anything else.
I'll kind of meet up with Faith, and I'll take a piece of the fur with me so I can try to look at it closer. And like, there's a trap door I see, and a bunch of stuff is like erect in there, and then there's this, and I show him the fur.
The X is a trap door. The rectangle on its side would represent the furniture I was talking about. And then it has scrape marks, and I'm just going to exaggerate the scrape marks as if it was slid off of the trap door. And there's also like a porch, by the way. It's like a porch like this with stairs.
Yes, we'll meet everyone back and tell them what we saw.
Kavul does nod and start heading back.
Absolutely. Takes you, you've been gone investigating this place, let's call it 10 to 15 minutes. You start making your way back to report exactly what you've seen. The first person you come across on your way back would absolutely be Kaith, as she's waiting on horseback.
It's beginning to worry about you guys.
And as we're walking back, would I be able to look closer at the fur?
Sure. What are you looking for exactly?
Like if I can tell like what kind of creature it might have came from, or if it's, like,
roll me a nature check. Do you have, are you proficient in nature?
no, actually.
Roll me nature with disadvantage.
Sure. Nope.
It definitely looks like it came from a creature that features fur.
Nice.
It's definitely not a fish. Not
Definitely not a fish.
Darn. Might be tasty though. And then I'll just tell Kate what we all saw. And I'll hand her the fur.
So I'm just gonna look at it, see if I can get a grip on what kind it is.
Sure. You're welcome to. Are you proficient with nature as well?
No.
Disadvantage. With a 16. 1 second. Where the fuck's my D20 at? All right. You know, this being the individual you are, you know, you're at your best guess. The fur on this, it's kind of smooth and, for lack of a better way of explaining it in my history in real life, sticky. Like, it seems to stick to skin fairly easily. You feel that it's
staticky.
It's staticky. Yeah. It's coarse, but it's coarse in the bottom end, turned into a fine point, and it has the static feel to it where it's like it's hard to get off. You smell it, and it smells musky, as if it was found in a abandoned cabin. I mean, there's really no way to really explain it. The color of it, although is obvious, the color has a orange and red, with a little bit of white in it. It's kind of this little cluster. It's difficult to tell the patterning of it because it's just a ball of fur at this point. But it's, yeah, orange with tinges of like a reddish hue with some white highlights in it.
So, even with that, I'm not really quite sure 100% what it would be.
Does
So I think I'm
Oscar
just
see
gonna pass it along.
Sure. Who do you pass it to next?
I'm gonna give it to Senra.
Senra's laying next to the wheel. As you bring your horse over, you are significantly taller than Senra at this moment as you reach down to hand Senra this ball of fur.
The hell is that thing?
They found it inside the cabin. It's sticky.
I'll let them deal with the sticky.
As Senra gives you the go fuck yourself face.
Entirely.
I know.
Like, I just don't want to deal with the sticky. That seemed.
So Kate looks kind of disappointed that Senra doesn't even want to touch it. So I guess I have no choice but to take it over to Oscar. But as I
Sorry.
Go
Case would
ahead.
see that Senra has smalls out and is letting it feed, which is probably part of it.
For those who
Okay.
don't remember who Smalls is, that's Senator's little hidden pet rat, just for the record.
Yeah, I remember.
Mouse, that's right.
So as she's on her way over to Oscar, she's gonna like inhale deeply before she gets near him and like holds her breath, and she's just gonna hand it at him and kind of like as she's trying not to smell him.
Wow, it.
She hands you a clump of orangely reddish-hued white fur.
And they found this in the cabin next to like a spell circle looking thing.
Negative. That clump of hair is on the side of the out of character, on the side of the building that they haven't really talked to you too much about yet. But the fur that you're holding came from the door frame. Think of, you know how bears, not saying this is a bear, I'm just saying metaphorically, you know how they scratch their backs on trees and they leave clumps of fur on the bark? Think of that type of situation, but on the sides of the door frame.
Okay. So I with the information already, I guess I'm proficient with nature.
Then you could absolutely roll a regular roll if you wish.
Since the coloring is really throwing me off, would I be able to like also check like with with Arcana to see if like this is some sort of magical, like not necessarily like the fur itself is magical, but it coming from something
I mean,
like
you
a
could
magical creature?
absolutely, you could make an Arcana check. Sure, I would say
Alright.
nature would be more appropriate here, but
I
you're
mean,
welcome to use Arcana if you wish.
I'll do nature. Why not?
With
got
the
a
12
12.
and that you're proficient in it, I'm not going to give you the species. Well, I'm not going to give you the exact creature, but I think with the 12 you would be reasonable enough to say that this feels like feline fur.
That's what I was thinking. Honestly, I was like, calico. What was sort of was coming to mind? But if it's that big, it's a big cat. It's a big cat. Well, with that said, unless we want to deal with a big cat, that. Oh wait, they said there's a trap door. Could there be people down there? One sec.
Was the door broken into, guys?
Yeah, Kavul was saying the door
He
was
doesn't care.
hanging, and the trap door was uncovered.
And there's tracks all over the place, so someone was down there
Y'all look in the
recently.
trap door.
I'm sorry, what was that question for me?
No, Alexia's asking Fate and Kavul, excuse me, if they looked inside the trap door.
No, it would be too dark for us to see anything right now.
What time of day is it?
I would say you have an hour before nightfall, so it's just approaching.
okay.
It's just approaching dusk.
Do we want to make camp in this destroyed cabin, or should we just move on? Because if thinking about it, considering what you guys have said, probably some ransack. There's probably no one down there. Probably someone probably found it while searching through their shit, and then went down there, took or did whatever they wanted, and then left as well.
If we
You
clear
said-
it out, we could.
Question. Did they mention the spell circle in the hair when they came to us?
That seems like a question for Fate and Kavul.
Kavul doesn't know about it, so.
Well, there was this little circle witchcraft thingy that looked like with some hair in it. Never seen it before.
Oh, really? You mind if I have a look at it?
Cabin's that way.
Okay, well, Alexia's gonna go down to the cabin and take a look at the spell circle with the hair attached to it.
Sure, you make your way down that way. As you're leaving, let's get who haven't I heard from. So, Senra, as you could obviously overhear the talking from Oscar as he's just behind some canvas as he's talking to the to Keith, identifying what's being identified. What's Senra all about right now?
Hmm. I don't really see a reason to stay here. I mean, kind of like Oscar said, if something was there, it's already been taken, probably. And if anything, probably signs that something worse could have been there and coming back to. Could be something's lair.
Considering there was a spell circle, someone may have been, trying some untrained magic, unstudied or something of the sort, and something that either something happened to them or they pulled something to them that there was no blood or anything, right?
Nope, no blood. Well, let me rephrase. I would say I'm thinking. I'm sorry. Just a moment. I'm laying out the situation in my head. You know what? Based on what was seen so far, no blood.
Yeah, so um I don't see much point in staying around unless we want to deal with the big cat. And we've already dealt with the big cat once. It wasn't really the best situation. Um
Yes, thinking the same thing.
As you
we
guys, oh, go
yeah.
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we do have to find a place to crash for the night, and since that place's door is broken down, it won't be that great.
I mean, it's better than nothing at all.
I mean, if they have a trap door, there might be secret tunnels, so maybe not necessarily.
I'd rather sleep in a place that has 4 somewhat walls than no walls at all. Even if you did say there was magic.
It's also
Oscar just
known.
shrugs his shoulders.
As you guys continue to speak, your new teammate makes her way down to the cabin. At this point, you will walk past the clothing that we discussed, the footprints that are all around, the disheveled kind of earth that's been flipped around and obviously moved. As you make your way to the side of the home, Alexia, you see this locket of long blonde hair, kind of attached to the side of the house, like by a really misshapen nail. And then on top of that, around the outside, seems to be like this. It seems to be a circle of some sort of a runic inscription.
Alexia will study the circle, studying the runes, and delve into her knowledge of arcane lore to see if she can figure out what this spell was for.
So, what specifically about your arcane lore would you have studied in, just for my own knowledge here?
Well, she's well versed in she's well versed in she really just trying to think of the way to word this correctly, or at least the way how I see it. I mean, when she discovered her magical powers, she would grab any book she could find to read up on how to use them, to at
Okay.
least have some knowledge of what she was actually doing.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your Arcana then. Let's see what happens.
14.
With a 14, just a moment. Sorry, gotta bring something up.
Okay.
Because of my reformatting of the table, it erased some of my old notes, so I'm just bringing them back up. Just give me a moment. The runic I checked your languages. Unfortunately, you do not know of the language, but the amount of magic that comes off of it seems to be mild at best. It doesn't seem to be a persistent type of magic. It's more like it appears to you more like a taunt more than a spell, but it's definitely in an arcana type of a speak. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's not an inherent spell. Like there's no hex here, there's no curse here. It's definitely more like a magical go fuck yourself.
Okay. Hmm.
And then there's the, as you're inspecting this little circle of runic inscriptions and whatnot, a little gust of wind kind of, and you see the blonde hair kind of pivoting on the nail that it's attached to.
Hmm. She's gonna remove the piece of hair.
Sure, and you do so. It's been blowing in the wind here a little bit. It looks like the hair is still fairly fresh, maybe a couple days at best. But the nail that it's tattered to or stapled to, a little rusty, dusty. So as you peel it off, a couple of the strands kind of snap. But yeah, you have a lock of hair. It's bound together. What looks to be, at first glance, like a twine, but upon closer inspection, it's almost as if it's bound in some sort of a small animal's sinew that's been wet and dried, so it shrinks like a rubber band, but like a solid rubber band.
Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Whatever this is, it's useless now. She's gonna use I think this is an application that I can use this for. How's the runes in everything put, like, is this carved into the wood or is it like
Yep.
painted or
Nope, scratched into the wood, 100%. And it looks to be a
scratched?
really rough scratching. Think Blair Witch.
Okay. Let's see, can I use this for this?
You still with me, Alexia?
Sounds like they're brainstorming. Um, while they work that out, just wondering. So, do you guys want to stay here the night?
Never mind. Okay, that's not what I can use. Okay. Um, she just kind of tosses the. She'll dig a small hole in the earth, put the tuft of hair in there, and just kind of bury it and pat it down. And then she'll return to the group.
Well, absolutely. As you bury it a little bit and pat it down, as you're patting it down, you look to your left where the other disheveled earth is, and you notice some slight similarities to the earth that you just patted down when you put this hair in the ground. Very similar disheveled earth to the larger one to your left.
Okay. Get an idea of what happened here. Noticing that, Alexia is gonna go into the cabin.
Sure, you make your way to the front of the cabin, and everything I explained before still remains static. So the door's
Yeah.
like hanging by a little bit of a hinge. The darkness is able to be seen by you. To your right, as you peek your head in, you're not going in yet. You peek your head in, there's the big hole in the back wall. To the right is another room, which seems to have a lot of, like, from maybe 3 feet off the ground to the floor. There's a lot of scratching and torn away wood next to that room. You actually see a tail, at least the tip of a tail, that seems to be hanging out about 5 to 6 inches from that room to your right hand side. Inside in the corners, you'll see the disheveled remains of a kitchen. You'll see some, just debris and dust, kind of as the breeze kind of kicks through here. Some fur that may have been swooped up and picked up by the wind and swirls around a little bit. It smells really dusty, musty in here. And then you have the trapdoor in the middle of the room as well.
You say I see a tail sticking out of a door to a room?
Correct. Think of like a hose that you left in the yard, but you snip off 6-7 inches of it, and just it's like out of the door.
Okay. Is it moving?
At this moment, and you don't even have to roll for that. You see it clear as day. It is not moving.
At this point, how long has she been gone?
10 or so minutes.
And Keith is going to start like pacing at the top of the trail, like impatiently waiting for her to return.
Can we get the wagon and the animals down to the cabin?
With a little bit of effort. I mean, the trail is not designed for that, but with a little bit of elbow grease, I don't see why that's not manageable.
Let's see. Hold on.
Oscar is gonna. It seems like Keith wants to stay there. Me and Senra don't seem to have an opinion. Well, actually, no. We seem to just want to do whatever proceeds forward, but don't mind it. So I'll ask Kavul and Fate if they want to stay here the night, before it gets too dark,
Yeah,
or
let's stay.
if we want to
Okay,
press
let's
on.
carry everything down. Take the tarp off the wagon, and just leave the cart, and bring everything down with us.
Leave the cart. What if someone steals the cart?
Well, how are we gonna get the cart down there, and then we got to get it all the way back out tomorrow morning?
How much extra work would it take to bring it down? Like, let's just bring it down. Like, we don't want to, like, plus if we leave it far away, like, something could happen to it. If it's an extra work, it's extra work. If we're gonna save the time by sleeping here.
But are we coming back this way tomorrow?
Is this off our path? I thought this was like sort of like just to the side of where the direction we were going.
No, you guys have been moving solid east this whole time. This just happens to be in line with your current direction. You know where Merlodar is. Plus, I believe you have a map, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I have a map.
Yeah, you know that Merlodar is definitely called the gateway to the Whitestone Mountains, so it's definitely on the western side of the Whitestone Mountains.
Yeah, so like this is
doesn't seem to be that far.
Yeah, so this is on our path anyway. So
Oh, it is. All right, I didn't think it was. All right, let's
go.
Yeah, send it.
Sure. When we get there, so these carvings are on the side of the building. Do I recognize the language?
You would not.
I would not. I cast comprehend languages. What does it say?
Sure. Absolutely. As you begin to cast your spell, the runes begin to shape in themselves, and almost as if it's interpreting itself towards you. And around the circle, the inscription generally reads, "Reminder of our deal and what is owed."
Shit. This is some guys. I guess it doesn't have to do with us, but who looks like someone made a deal with someone. Wait, we're near a swamp. Oh, is this hags? Are we dealing with hags? Wait, they might have good magic stuff though. But I don't want. Guys, we might be dealing with hags. The hags like to make deals. And it looks like whoever made this deal may have not followed through. Though this is only just hearsay. The wall, whatever it was where the hair was, it's some sort of threat. Someone made a deal. Looks like they didn't keep their end of the deal, and now this place is fucked. It seems like that's the story.
So don't make any deals.
All right, well let's get this place suited enough to sleep, I guess. Where's the new person? Where's the Lex?
Well,
Alex?
she's so as you guys come inside, so I'm not gonna say because it happens simultaneously, right? So as you guys are making your way down with the cart and all that shit, I'm gonna say Alexia has at least 10 minutes to burn. So let's quickly go through the 10 minutes. So you're at the door looking in, Alexia. You see everything that we discussed. What is Alexia gonna do? You have 10 minutes to yourself at this point.
First thing she's gonna do is check to see if that tail belongs to something that's alive in there, and she's gonna use Mage Hand and grab the tail.
Sure. What you
And pull
don't see is color, as this is lying in the shadowy parts, and mind you, as time is progressing, the sun is setting, right? So it's only getting darker and darker and darker, and slightly chillier and chillier and chillier. So as you take your mage hand, which I assume is also in the color of like a black light sort of radiation,
Yeah.
as it grabs the tail picks it up and then boop. And then your mage hand slides through the tail as it seems to surpass the pounds per square inch that a mage hand can handle.
But okay. I think Mage but is there any reaction from it, or does it not feel me pick it up at all?
It just flops to the floor as soon as the mage hand lets go.
Okay, and it doesn't move after that.
Nope, just hits the ground.
Okay. Cautiously, Alexia's gonna approach the door.
Sure. You tiptoe past the trap door as the floor, well, rather,
I was hoping it wasn't. I hope it was sad and not squishy.
and you know the doorway begins to be more clear as you peek your head around the side. There on the floor, lying on its right side, seems to be the decaying corpse of a saber-toothed tiger.
I know it was Big Cat.
She just kind of grimaces and looks at it.
You look at it, and what you find peculiar is the nipples on this cat. Bear with me here before you go nuts, all right? Just bear with me. The nipples on this cat seem to be very thick and bulbous, as if it was a feeding mother. There is this liquid residue on the floor, which once again you don't see color, but you can see the shimmer and shine and discoloration on the floor, which looks to be some sort of a liquid that has dried just to the front of this creature's belly. There's a bed in here, and once again you don't see color, but there's a bed in here that seems to be practically destroyed. The mattress torn asunder, as there's the filling all over the place in this room. It looks like the cat made a bed, basically.
Okay. She's gonna look to see if the cup's still around. That's the only natural conclusion that I could think of her coming to with that information.
Sure. Investigation, please. All right.
17.
You begin to search, and it's at that point that the rest of the crew has made their way to the cabin. You can hear footsteps from inside the cabin, everyone that's on the outside, as Alexa is tiptoeing around.
I'm gonna call out for her.
Which is easily heard by you, Alexia.
Be out in just a bit.
Oh well, they're not dead.
Yeah, Kate will take a sigh of relief, and also ask if she needs any help.
Well, there's a dead saber-toothed tiger in here. If we're gonna use this place...
Did you kill it all by yourself?
No, it was dead when I got here.
Knew it was a big cat. I knew it.
It looks like it... She takes a moment to look back down at the saber-toothed tiger. It looks like it might have been a mother of some sort. I'm trying to see if there are any cubs around.
Saber-tooth cubs.
Yeah, yeah, that's how they procreate.
What? I don't think that was the right word. But I guess we should find those before we make bed. I guess we don't want to be nibbled on in our sleep.
Well, it looks like that, judging by the state of the mother, it looks like they were still breastfeeding. So they are obviously, if they're still around here, which, if the mother's dead and they were still breastfeeding...
I know what I must do. I will, oh, I could turn it. Wait. I'm gonna go to the corpse.
Okay, so before you walk inside, so I want to hear where. Okay, so Oscar's in the process of walking inside. Once again, the door is hanging by like a thread here, but you're able to duck under it to get inside, and I'm cool with you going inside. But before we engage on the insides of this place, Kavul, I haven't heard from you in a hot minute. As everyone's walking closer, you assisted with bringing the cart down. You see Oscar about to go inside. Where's Kavul gonna be?
Once he gets to the cabin, he'll finally put his pants back on.
Well, there's also plenty of clothes outside here on the floor, which range from female to male, and think of farmers' attires here and there.
He'll scavenge through it as well, but he'll put his old pants back on first.
Sure, absolutely. You find a shirt that's the same color of your scales, but it's almost like in a plaid kind of a coloration.
He'll tuck it into his backpack.
Sure. You take, you could add farmer's plaid shirt to your inventory if you wish. Absolutely. Senra, you helped out bringing the cart down here. You see Oscar going inside. You heard Alexia from the inside. Case shouting to the inside of the home for Alexia's safety. Where's and what is Senra doing?
Oscar, before you do that thing, find out what killed it.
Oh, I wasn't gonna do it. That's actually what I was gonna check first, and then I was gonna check if there's anything in its stomach.
Nope.
And then I was thinking about doing the thing.
Can we not do the thing? Can it just rest in peace for once?
Rest in peace. It's dead.
Yeah, and leave it that way.
Well, it would still technically be dead, but I'm still gonna check the body to see if it was poisoned or some other shit. Because if there's poison in here, then we don't want to be here. Or if
You
it
do
was
that, I'll
killed by
keep a
something.
guard. And she's just gonna set up and watch the perimeter, more or less.
Sure. You gonna just like walk around? Is that right, Senra? You're just gonna walk around and like patrol?
Yeah, I'm just thinking. More so go to the high ground a bit.
Okay, yeah, that's perfectly fine. And you'll just branch off. In the meantime, and we'll come back to you, Senra. In the meantime, so Fate, where Oscar's about to head on in after that little engagement of don't do that thing and all that jazz. So where's Fate gonna be at and doing at this moment?
I'm just on the porch, relaxing.
Okay, beautiful. As you chill on the porch itself, Fate, as you look down, Give me a perception check, Fate, please. Nice, bro. There's scrapes and scratches on the ground in front of the doorway, as well as what looks to be the bones of like a half-eaten fish that's maybe dried up for the past couple of days, maybe 2, 3 days or so. There also seems to be a slight spackling of blood that just kind of seems to, not a huge amount, like a little splatter.
Someone was eating here. And I'm starting to get hungry.
All right, Oscar. Actually, I'm sorry. Kaith, you're shouting out to Oscar. You see him about to go inside. What's Kaith going to do?
She's just gonna stay on the outside in case she needs to run.
Okay. Fan-bloody-tastic. Everyone does so. All right, Oscar. You duck under the door, head inside. The first thing you see with your human eyes as the light from the back open hole in the wall, which is a decent-sized hole in the wall, by the way. It's like 7 feet across and maybe like 7 to 8 feet tall. It almost goes to the ceiling. The trap door is immediately apparent, which seems to be next to like a bookshelf that's been tilted on its side, and you can see scrape marks on top of the door, as if someone either pushed the shelf on or off of the trapdoor.
I'm gonna say glow and activate my drift globe.
Absolutely, as the inside radiates a teal color, leaving teal shadows. It's at this point that you would see Alexia kind of in the room fucking around with whatever she's fucking around with, but you're still very much in front of the trapdoor.
Has anyone actually looked in, like, and Oscar saying this, has anyone actually looked down there yet? Anyone?
No, I was. If I couldn't find the cubs of what this was, I was going to check that next.
All right, well, let me. Can I examine the corpse to see if I can tell any signs of what killed it?
Sure, nature.
And go dice roll. 19.
It's definitely dried, and whatnot. But as you look at the neck of the fur, the nape of the neck, there seems to be dried blood. And as you kind of push back the loose skin, now the thing has been bleeding out now for maybe a few days, as far as you can tell. So the skin has slightly loosened and rippled over a little bit. But as you kind of push back the nape of the neck, you'll see a mighty gash across the throat of this creature. And it seems to be a clean cut.
Well, whoever was here killed this thing pretty damn easy.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, you
okay.
can go.
Side note, I'm not ignoring your investigation, Alexia. You look around the room as, everyone was making their way into the building. There's no sign of a living cub here, though underneath the bed, there seems to be some small fecal matters, as well as some urine stains underneath the bed.
Okay, well, she sees that. Alexia's gonna just use prestidigitation just to clean that up.
Absolutely, and just like that, fucking Pine Sol.
Okay, if we're gonna be staying in here tonight, I'm gonna get to cleaning what I can. Please get someone to take the dead cat out of here.
I can make it take itself out, but it'll claw off all its flesh or explode.
What?
Huh? Huh?
Explain the process of you making it take itself out and then it clawing its own flesh off and exploding.
No, or exploding. Don't worry,
Oh,
you'll
explode.
Yeah, you'll find out soon enough. I'm gonna go check out that trapdoor. You handle this corpse. All right. Put it out in the front. I could deal with it later. All right.
Wait, no.
All right.
damn
Hey,
it.
Kavul. You like jumping into danger? You want to open up this trap door and look down?
Kavul will come inside now with his pants on.
Kavul, you're
Good.
significantly larger than Oscar, at least in stature. And the door is hanging on by a thread. Why don't you roll me a dexterity saving throw? Let's see how gingerly you make your way under this door.
Hold on a
Ah,
second.
Very ginger.
look at you, fucking like a boss. You kind of squeak under. The door wasn't even touched. You make your way inside. You see Oscar in front of a trap door. What was that, Keith?
I was gonna say before Kavul goes anywhere, Kate's gonna be like, "Why can't you just go down, Oscar? Why do you always have to send somebody else?"
I was gonna go with him.
Well, why
And
does he
to
have to go
answer-
first?
Because I'm squishy.
Because you're scared. I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not a problem. I'm not
And he
ashamed of
stinks.
that. We almost die all the time. I almost died yesterday. I don't give a
That's-
shit what you think of me, child. I have a life I want to live.
Can't live
Here-
a life if you're almost dead. Especially with that
Yes,
ring.
exactly. So I want to
Children.
not be
Children,
almost dead.
children. Stop arguing.
No, not this. All right, let's go, Kavul. Is it locked?
I don't know. You tell me.
We'll try to open
I-
it.
Yeah,
All right, Kavul, you reach
Yiggle it.
down. Oh wait, who's opening it? It does matter.
One sec. I will roll a.
Won't be Oscar.
I will roll a wisdom save to see if he thinks of, oh, that could be bad. And yeah, I would say that he would second guess it and let Kavul do it with a 13.
All right, Kavul, you bend down, which I assume you're gonna open the door.
Yep.
You bend down and you grab the latch. As you pull it up, the door opens up. The drift globe teal light kind of emanates straight down into this floor, which doesn't seem to be a full-on basement. It's literally more like a crawl space. It seems like if you were to jump into this trap door, it's you could probably stand into it and it'll come up to like your belly button. So it's more like a kind of crouch down, kind of a crawl space. Both of you two, give me a perception check, please. With advantage, because you're literally standing right next to it with a damn near flashlight right next to it. Beautiful. You see underneath the door, there seems to be scratch marks and dings. Some of the marks seem to come from hard metal objects. One of them, you see scratching into the wood, you see a fingernail.
Oh, so someone was trapped down here? Oh shit. We guys, someone may have been trapped down here.
Do you see any bodies down there?
We see fingernails. We'd have to go further in.
Well, get on with it.
The fuck? Oscar like
We'll
turns
just
his head.
jump in.
All right, Kavul, you said you jumped in?
Yep.
God,
You
God.
you jump in and squat. You don't have dark vision. Are you gonna let the drift globe go down there?
I'll go with him. Right
Alright.
behind.
Beautiful. As the drift globe drifts next to you, radiating this orbital light, teal light all around. The ground, it's all scuffed up. It's not a finished floor. It's actually the floor of Earth, but really solidified, more like a rocky bed here. As you look around in this crawl space, there seems to be on the far end a little rack that seems to have recently been kind of cleared out. There is clothing down here, and in the corner, in the far corner, there is just kind of like a place that seems to have been dug out where something may have been laying.
So like someone dug a bed sort of look.
More like if you were to stay in one spot for an elongated period of time, and that was the one spot you hung out in. Think of solitary confinement, except in a dirt bed. That just happens to be the location that your body has naturally indented into the floor.
Oh, this place sucks. This is just bad. Um,
What'd
do
you
we?
find?
It looks like someone was trapped down here for a while, a long time. I don't. We see no bodies or anything, right? It's just this dead end.
What you would see, and I'm going to use your perceptions from before, it does seem to be on the ground that you're stepping on. There seems to be drag marks, 2 of them to be exact, almost as if somebody pulled something up out of the door.
Oh God, I don't want to. And okay, and is there any blood? Were they dead? Like, is there like blood stains? Maybe they were dead before they were dragged out.
Are you asking me if there's bloodstains around?
Yeah, I'm asking if there's like blood stains.
The only thing you would see is what's on the door, and the fingernail that would be lodged into the door does
Mhm.
have some dried blood, but it seems to
Yeah.
be significantly older than the cat upstairs.
Okay, and there's nothing else to be seen.
Just
So,
some shelvings down there that seems to be somewhat empty. There seems to be a glint of teal on the other side of the wall.
like a refraction. I'll
Yeah, like
check it out.
light bouncing back. Sure, you'll go over there. There's nothing crazy. What you find is a picture frame. With the picture frame of broken glass, what you also see is like a dusty, like a dagger and a scimitar, as well as an empty quiver.
Um, these are probably what they tried to use to break down the door. I'll just leave those there. Um, what's in? So, is there a picture in the picture frame?
Yeah, as you flip it over, it leaves the broken glass where it was placed. As you flip it over, it's a simple drawing, which seems to look as if there's a portrait of a mother and father holding an infant.
I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm climbing out right now. This is bad juju.
But we'll follow him out.
Alexia watched this. It's like, what seems to be the problem? Did you find anything down there?
Someone was definitely held captive down there, and they probably went nuts. There's some fucked up adventuring gear. They may have been like kidnapped and kept down there for a long time, and then they were eventually dragged out. This place might be bad news.
I'm willing to bet that whoever killed the cat over there buried the bodies that were in there. Because she points to if you looked at the disturbed earth outside, looks like someone buried something there.
Oscar looks out. Do you guys still want to stay here the night? This is.
Oh, we'll clean it up. It'll just be fine. Now, if I can get someone to help me with this cat,
I'll try to help.
Sinra,
We'll pick the cat up.
Sinra, can you come help move this cat, please?
Senra is off away, like keeping a perimeter, like up on the hill.
Oh,
You
she
calling
didn't
out to
come
her?
down?
Or... No, she went out. She's in my head. I don't know how far the hill is, but like halfway up it, or transitioning
okay.
between halfway and up, and kind of keeping a watch around in case something comes around. Like you
thought
can
Sinra
yell
came
out, but
down,
I wasn't
okay.
sure if that was what you were doing.
Yeah, Kabul will just pick it up.
Thank you, Kabul. No,
Yeah, and the cat, although a large cat, it's not the craziest. With a little elbow grease and some assistance, you should have enough manpower already in the house to be able to do so. Which you do. You pull it out of the front door. Fate. You see Kavul, Alexia, and Kaith just kind of lifting up a cat, trying to bring it outside as you sit on the porch.
Yep, I've actually been collecting some firewood for the
Okay.
last 5 minutes while all that's been going on. And is there a stone fireplace inside the cabin by chance?
There is not. There is a kettle, in there, but it's kind of banged on the floor and dirty. But what you would see is what appears to be a fire pit out front that seems to be recently used.
All right, well, I'll just throw in all the lumber by there then that I've been gathering.
Okay.
After he gets done throwing in the lumber, Alexia will just set it on fire.
Sure. How do you do so?
I do believe I can do that with prestidigitation.
Yep. Small fire. Absolutely okay with me as that goes up. You place the saber-tooth tiger to the side, I'm guessing?
Yeah, pretty far from the cabin. Like,
Sure. As you make your way, I'm going to say closer to the pond / lake / stream that dumps into it. You peer into the water in the last bit of sunlight in the sky. You do see some what looks to be fish that kind of seem to. They're small, closer to the shoreline, but one would assume that where there's small ones in the shoreline, there's probably bigger ones in the lake.
When there was still sunlight out, wanted to look around during my patrol for any wildlife.
Oh yeah, I haven't forgotten about you. We'll get to you in a
Yeah,
minute.
okay.
I got something for you.
Okay.
after they set the cat down and the fire is set, Alexia will head back in the cabin and use prestidigitation on any questionable substance and soil in the room, in that place.
Absolutely. You go around and you do so, man. You're just cleaning up the place, and I'm going to go ahead, and even though we haven't done Senra yet, and we're going to retcon Senra in just a hot second here, but it seems like everyone's getting ready to kind of settle down and get ready for the possibility of a long rest there. So that being said, Senra,
Yep.
as the camera pulls out of the fucking house, and to you make your way back towards where you started. So your back is facing the cabin. You're going up the hill, up the path. Go ahead and tell me what is going on.
I'm keeping an eye on the forest that we just came out of, trying to see if there may be any secondary trails, less traveled ones perhaps. I'm also trying to keep an eye open for any wildlife close to the cabin or not.
Okay.
And if there's any that it looks like I might be able to get up close to.
Okay, fantastic. In fact, you can absolutely, you know what, give me an investigation. The investigation will represent you kneeling down, looking at the earth, feeling the dirt, looking around to your left and right, seeing if there's any kind of tracks that would kind of go off into the lesser traveled.
It's safe. That is dirt.
With the sun going down and the canopy making it even darker faster, what I am going to give you with the 6 as you're next to one of the streams is you would see some what I would call sunfish. I don't know if you know what a sunfish is in real life, but kind of like a panfish, sunfish variant, kind of swimming around in the stream to your left.
Aren't those huge?
They can get huge. These ones are not.
Sunfish?
That's a different creature. We had this exact same
Different one.
conversation
Okay.
before. Yeah. Yeah. This is a different. This is like a freshwater sunfish.
Gotcha. Okay.
Think of bluegill.
Okay.
If you're a fisherman type, that is.
Not really.
Nevertheless, there's a stream there right below the waterfall, and the waterfall is like maybe 5 to 10 feet. And it kind of like goes down and down and down. But yeah, so there's fish in that little area.
Okay. I'll just keep the patrol. Nothing really catches my eye.
Yep. As you walk,
I'm just kind of curious in its own way.
as you walk the stream toward, in areas of near the stream and kind of look around doing your patrols, you'll hear a ribbit and kind of like a frog jumping into the water. Little small frog, nothing crazy. And you hear the bloop with as it dives into the water. The sounds of the waterfall can be heard. Occasionally, as you walk closer to it, you'll feel the spray of the water splashing on some rock, misting into your face. You kind of close your eyes for a second just to feel it. You look up, and the sky is getting darker by the minute. I assume you continue patrol for a little while.
Yeah, until just before the last light's gone, then I'll head back.
Alright.
I do not, or is it correct to assume I do not see any animals close by other than that frog that I missed?
The frog and the fish is
Yeah.
what I'll give you. I mean, you could
Okay,
probably
yeah.
hear some bird wildlife getting ready to batten down, but you can't quite fixate on exactly their locations.
Gotcha.
Nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be about an hour before complete darkness, as it's now still twilight and dusk. You look down at the cabin as the fire begins to roar. You see Fate kind of throwing and feeding the fire with some wood. You see occasionally light coming from inside of the cabin as a spell's being cast. You don't know is cleaning up the place, but yeah, so there's that. As well as a drift globe that seems to follow Oscar. Occasionally you'll see his shadow kind of peering out the front door. You're still a decent ways away. Not decent. Let me be real. You're maybe like 100, 150 feet away, but nevertheless far enough to be some degree of solitude. And it's like that for about an hour. Senra, give me a perception with advantage as the light is beginning to fully set. With a 13, Senra, you can't help but notice that just on the through the tree canopy, right? There seems to be a much darker shade of sky just before the sun sets to the west. So the sun is setting technically where you guys came from. The Whitestone Mountains are on the east, so the sun is hitting from at your back if you're facing the cabin, and you would see light hitting the cloud cover, but that cloud cover seems to be strangely black. And as you notice it, you can't help but notice a fog that seems to slowly begin to roll in from the backside of the cabin. Everyone in the cabin area seems to be oblivious to this. Whether or not that draws you concern, that's your RP, so go.
About 150 away.
Roughly, and I'm paraphrasing when I say that.
Okay. And I just see a dark fog, ambiguous in shape.
Well, you'll see. Let me clarify. So you'll see a dark cloud in the sky that seems
It's in
to
the sky. It's not like rolling off a hill.
No,
down a hill.
no.
Okay.
So you'll see. It seems like you ever see a storm cloud moving in.
Yeah.
Similar to that, but like a really dark cloud. Especially when it mixes with the already setting sun, you'll see shades of oranges and red kind of inside that cloud. And then as that cloud is being seen kind of slowly crossing the sky in your direction, that's when you would begin to see this misty kind of like a slight rolling fog that seems to slowly encroach onto the cabin's location.
Pull out my bow and shoot an arrow at the cabin through one of the windows.
Sure. You do so, and let's have some fun with this. Why don't you roll me a ranged attack?
Yeah, where the fuck is that? There it is.
My leg!
With a 21, with a goblin longbow. Oscar, you're inside the cabin, and just to your right shoulder as you're pacing around, doing whatever you're doing inside the cabin, you
He's like,
hear...
oh my god!
You...
This place could be bad news, guys.
Absolutely. As you hear the and it kind of hits like, so imagine there's like an island cooking station, like a wooden kind of flat top where that you kind of like can cut your vegetables and shit. That's where the arrow hits. Boing! And it's like a goblin make.
What the deuce?
Well,
Guys,
I've been
I wanna
refilling the
leave.
arrows, so the bow is goblin make, but I've gotten arrows.
Oh, the arrow's
from other
not.
things
All right.
as well. Yeah,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's what my bad.
All good.
Guys, I want to leave.
It's gonna
There's
yell.
bad juju, and now I'm being attacked.
Get the fuck out!
As you say
We're
that,
on the same page for once.
as you begin to kind of, as Senator is raising the alarm, that hole in the back of the cabin, under your teal light, you see this mist kind of flowing through that back hole in the wall, and it just starts to slowly creep over the floor of this
Is
cabin.
it purple?
It's actually going to take a teal color because of your drift globe.
I'm out.
Don't forget the fucking donkeys and cart.
So, all right, so everyone that's on the outside, Alexia, I assume you're hauling out of that place too?
Briskly walking.
Briskly walking out the front door. Sure, and I'm going to say both of you guys, without any real care, take the door out while you're at it, because I want that door to fall, damn it. As the door, boom.
Alexia just slaps it.
Slap the door out of the way. It finally snaps off its last remaining hinge and kind of hits the door, which makes a loud enough bang that everyone is aware of what's happening. They may have not seen the arrow fly through, but you could absolutely see Oscar and Alexia kind of making their way briskly out of the cabin and down the front, down the the front stairs off the porch.
Can I cast False Life on myself?
Absolutely.
Cool. I'm pretty sure I know how much it is, but 1d4 plus 4.
Okay, as you two make your way to the campfire next to Kaith, Kavul, and Fate, you guys are welcome to open your mouths.
There's a mist rolling in. I'm not sure what that's about. Also, someone shot an arrow into the cabin. Scared Oscar practically to death.
His shadow scares him to death.
I get that.
My shadow has not tried to attack me yet, but once it does, it's on my shit list, that's for sure. But yeah, you wouldn't know this, Alexia. Oh wait, do I have a better look at it now? Is it purple?
It definitely, it's more of just a regular old fog. It doesn't have a distinct tint to it. I mean, it doesn't help that your drift globe is giving it a little bit of a teal effect, and not to mention it is kind of dusk at this moment, so it's like just before nightfall. You know, even the stars are starting to come out. It's difficult to tell a direct color at the moment, but it doesn't appear to have a purple tint to it.
Okay, so at least it's not that fuck ass doing it.
Well, just because it doesn't look like it has a purple tint doesn't mean it doesn't.
Stop playing with my emotions. Guys, should I do the thing? Are we being attacked? I was just attacked.
What's the thing?
As you
A magician
discuss,
never reveals his
that-
tricks.
Fog is rolling down, and like when he's leaving, Senna's going to move, then bonus action move again, and then port over and like pop right in front of the door. What the fuck are all of you doing? Get the hell out of here right now! Get the fuck out! There's shit rolling in here! The clouds are fucking red and black. Get out now! Well, unless
Red
you want to
and
die.
black.
You can stay.
Well, okay, first of all, we can't do anything about the clouds. Secondly, we don't know what
Fine,
the mist means.
whatever, and she leaves.
We should just be on our guard.
Stay in a house that wants to kill you.
I never said we stay in the house.
as you
But-
guys are talking,
And Senna's already leaving.
just to the side of the home, out of this mist as it's becoming more thick, you see the shape of a humanoid walking closer, cackling.
What do you want, Fran? We don't have time for you.
So, we meet again.
And it's at that point, and I'm going to link what you see.
Yep. Maybe we can actually kill him this time.
So it
Who is this?
wait.
What you see seems to be a shapen figure that is very reminiscent. Actually, why doesn't everyone that was here before you liberated Bestow, roll me a history check.
Wow.
Didn't we see him in the fight when we came
Oh,
back to
mine's
Moscow?
just a 0.
What was that,
We
Kabul?
did.
I would have seen him in the fight when we came back to Bestow, right?
Double checking my notes. You
'Cause
know what?
there was that fight
I'll
outside of town.
I'll give that to you. Sure, 100%.
Is it the Necro douche?
Fate, Oscar, and Kaith. In particular, I don't think Fate was there for the farm fight. I don't
He
think
wasn't.
he wasn't, but you would remember him from the cornfield. So Fate, you remember this figure from the cornfield when Bastal was under siege. On top of that, Kaith and Oscar, you both inherently remember it very vividly as the same guy from the farm fight. As you guys recognize his figure,
Now, I can finish what we started.
and
Well,
you
you sure you're not gonna run again?
You, as he makes that, he kind of takes his staff, which begins to radiate this green glow, and over his head, he draws a circle. And once
shoot him.
again, hold on, we're getting to that, getting there.
Okay.
Let me set up my fucking scene first. As he kind of draws this circle, in like over his head. It stays persistent. And once again, so there's this fog that's obscuring it. So you'll see the silhouette. You'll absolutely see his staff. Even though it's obscured, you can still make out like the outlining of a staff glowing with a green tip on it. And he draws this circle, and the circle remains static. And then he moves his staff down, which kind of magically pushes this ring that he made down, and it slowly, as he kind of slowly, and go ahead, why don't you make your attack? I'll give it to you.
Where is it? There it is.
With a 26, it seems to hit directly in the ring as he brings it down. And
Do I get my extra attack? Because we're not in rounds.
we're
so
not, yeah,
you
we're
say
not, we're
no.
not in
Okay.
combat, and I'm trying to set a scene, so I'm sorry,
That's
I'm
fine.
going to say
No, no. Wanted to ask.
No, it's all good. So what you do notice, and what I'm going to give you here, is that when your arrow passes through this ring as it's coming down, your arrow vanishes and reveals, and it slowly, kind of like an elevator, you start to slowly see a creature begin to manifest through this. Let's call it what it is, a fucking portal.
Can I counterspell that?
Let me set my scene, and you're more than welcome to counterspell. Can I just set my
Oh
fucking
yeah,
scene, please?
sorry.
Jesus Christ, guys.
They just want to play.
So do I.
Booey.
So do I.
I smacked the corpse.
So, anyway, in that, what's then going to happen is you will see this begin to manifest. And I have a picture for you.
This is...
Around here somewhere. There we go.
Are you putting it where the necro douche is currently?
Yep.
Oh no.
You begin to see this creature that's depicted on the wall manifest in front of Necrodouche, as you call him. And that's where we're going to take our 10-minute break, guys.
Ah.
Oh, and for flavor-wise, he has an arrow sticking out of him.
Yeah. But also, it is a very bad.
Nobody knows how that arrow got there.
All right. See you guys in 10.
Yep, BRB in 10. Be back at, let's just say 45. Let's round it off.
So who all's still here?
I got a wireless mic, so I'm kind of here.
Okay. I hope you are enjoying Alexia so far.
So what do you think of Kavul, I should ask?
Interesting. Very interesting. He seems like he's fun.
Yeah, he's a wonderful person. Too bad he doesn't have his bone shield anymore.
Oh. Do you who is it that I have found myself in the middle of fighting in the middle with y'all? Y'all called him Necro Douche?
He's a very wonderful person.
I highly doubt that. The image, well, it looks like he just summoned an undead beholder. If the image that Frog showed us is anything to go by.
Yeah, he's a very wonderful person.
That's not what wonderful people do.
I mean, I thought it was.
Obviously, you have very different definitions of what wonderful means.
Possibly.
I'm gonna get me some water. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
But yeah, Kavul is a great person who doesn't know a lot about culture.
Okay. They'll get along great.
And out of character, he may or may not have turned a 13-year-old into the shield.
Okay. They might not get along great.
Well, thankfully, the character doesn't know about that yet. Yet.
Yet being the operative word there.
Yeah, Kavul doesn't really know cultural norms at all. He's done a few questionable things, according to other people, at least.
All right, I'm back.
Frog, that's not what wonderful people do.
What?
They do not summon undead beholders.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So what's this creature that we're looking at here, boys?
Hold on. Hold on. That sounds like a metagame question to me.
It is. Wait and find out. That's the
Does it
fun
have
of
a
the game.
name?
You can ask it.
Its name is Bob.
I will tell you this. I would say there are 3 flagship creatures in D&D, at least in my personal feelings. You have your classic dragons, because Dungeons and Dragons, after all. In my opinion, that's number 1 flagship, you know. Number 2 flagship would be what's called a beholder. A beholder is a flying head with 1 eye, with a bunch of tendrils that flop around the outside of it. That it's, like I said, it's kind of it's a classic creature. And then I believe, I like to feel, for the people that are in the know, like a Tarask, I think, is also another flagship creature, in my opinion.
Rask is like one of those humble brag that you got to experience and die from it. Notable creatures.
Yeah.
I kind of view Mind Flayers as up there in the top 3.
You know what? I didn't even consider that. Personally, I've never played a table that featured any Mind Flayers before. Never. I've never had the ability.
Fuckers.
Yeah, I heard about them, and I'm familiar with their somewhat of their culture, very loose adaptation of their culture, but I've never had the luxury of playing with one or against one before.
Look, keep that in
Depending on
mind.
the edition, depends on your experiences.
You
I'll
may
leave it at
encounter
that.
a Cthulhu, a Lovecraftian Mind Flayer, now that you say that.
I guess I should populate a map, huh?
Nah, we can work this out through diplomacy.
I don't know what y'all have gotten me into, but this isn't kosher.
Oh, it's gonna be fun. Don't worry. It's gonna be a great time.
You know, while we're on break, I don't want to break anyone's immersion here, but there's a lot of crossover today. Lots of crossover.
I did want to mention as well, thanks for playing along with the PvP thing.
Like, I'm totally proud of you guys, by the way. I think you guys handled that very, very, very well. Like, that could have, I think on average tables or lower, that could have gone out of hand really quickly.
Oh
Oh
Did I
yeah,
make anyone wait?
Yeah, what the
Everyone,
fuck?
jeez, God,
God, we've been waiting for you for like
God.
5 minutes.
my chips
Oscar.
have gone stale.
Oscar.
I'm just gonna leave. You know,
Oscar runs away in game and out of game.
You know what? If I was staring at a undead beholder in real life, I would be gone faster than anyone I've ever met.
well, you don't have to worry because I don't think you even started at one in game because I'm the only one that's ran outside or
No,
stayed
I'm outside.
Oh,
I'm
you left
outside.
this? I thought you were still like
100%.
inside.
No, I'm 100% outside.
I mean, because you were talking about like, do I do the thing?
Well, no, the corpse is outside.
Yeah, that's right. It was moved outside.
Yeah.
That helps.
Which I was gonna ask, as a like, since other people are talking about reflexive stuff like shooting an arrow and casting counterspell, can I slap the corpse?
Walks over.
Well,
Get the fuck up.
well, the
Stop being
corpse
lazy.
is. We explained earlier that the corpse was dumped out for the. You talking about the feline corpse?
Yeah, it was put out in the front.
No, actually, you guys had mentioned that you guys were going to take it as far away from the cabin as possible, so I envisioned it over here. I'll mark it
Oh, there's a map now.
in that general area.
Can
Yeah,
you
that's about
show
right.
one more time? I couldn't see at the time.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Like where was it that you said the corpse
The
was?
you see where my black hand is circling? That
Yeah,
X?
yeah, okay.
It'll
Yeah.
be in that area. You
Alright,
guys
so
can,
I'm
if you're
here.
here, no, if you guys are ready to go, you guys can place your tokens in the white circle.
Okay, so it's not that far. If I really wanted to do it.
I do not seem to have a token.
Did I not? I didn't import your token. One moment. This will take 2 seconds to fix. Hold.
I was wondering why I didn't see one earlier.
Yeah, that's a good call. Slide
Did you
over.
make one in the
Not an
in-
actual one, but I'm gonna make you a copy of Grognar's. Give me 1 second.
Oh, their tokens are bigger than the the squares.
Yes, I will fix that in a moment.
I will have an official token Thursday when I get paid.
Senra, are you gonna make one for your character?
No, man, I had one commissioned. I'm keeping it.
I mean that's fair.
Plus,
That
I really
is
like
fair.
that picture. It's an awesome picture. I did make one, but I'm not gonna like go through the export process because I like the picture. I just did want to do it. Yeah,
No,
I
I
could share
mean
it if
that's
you want to see it.
sure.
Yeah, let me kill this thing and then I'll load it up.
What did it do to you?
All right, Alexia, feel free to fix up your
Oh, that
token.
token looks fucking psycho. I like it.
Now let me make you guys the size I want you. 1 second.
We can't let this necro douche run away again. He definitely has a spell book and that staff. We can't let this happen again.
1 second here.
I have
Break
no
the
clue
staff.
what's going on.
I need to set my grid parameters real quick. Just 1 second.
This is just all you need to know is that he's in my headcanon, he's Oscar's rival, where Oscar is the one who grew up with nothing and scrounged up from the top. He didn't even have to work for it. Look at him. He has everything.
I mean, if he has a spell book, then he did have to work for
Shh, don't do it. Don't put logic in his pettiness.
Stop ruining my fanfic.
Why is my guy so damn tiny, dude? What the hell?
1 second.
Yo.
Good shrunk?
Trying to fix this here. Hold on.
Boom.
Can I just share
No.
like link?
I think with Oscar that small, I think I can pick him up
Oh.
with my mage hand.
I know why. I'm a fucking
Sure.
idiot. 1 second here. Sorry, I'm using a new grid system here, and I just needed to update. Sorry, 1 second.
You good?
While we
Message.
wait, do you guys have any plans for this week or weekend?
Yeah, I might get to kill Frog's new character again. Hopefully
I'm
not.
running a Pathfinder 2e game on Saturday. And I'm
Nice,
testing out a
nice.
friend's game system tomorrow.
I'm
Nice.
working my ass off because, holiday season.
I'm excited for my game on Sunday.
I think it'll be fun.
Then I have to work.
I like the outfits done for the character. I like it a lot. I like the colors.
It was the best I could find. I tried to mirror it after the illustration, or the commission. Sorry.
Also, I'm
Yeah.
excited for the game on Thursday.
I'm curious to see where Cole thinks that tunnel's gonna go.
Dude, what the fuck? This was working. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me another moment here. This is being a pain in my balls.
You're fine.
I'll
Can I
pin
talk
the
about my
balls.
new
Let's
job,
go.
guys?
Yeah,
Sure.
It's awesome, by the way.
Oh, good.
So I got the corrections officer, and it's fucking amazing.
What do you correct? Like grammar?
Spell.
Yeah.
Are you a grammar Nazi?
Sometimes I
No.
am, actually.
Grammar officer.
Oh, grammar officer.
It's a new
excuse me.
age.
Yeah, a lot of people need that. I'd be
You don't use that
correcting.
term anymore.
I'd be correcting Frog all the time.
I
But
believe
no,
it.
yeah, no, I just work at the county jail, but I love it so far.
Nice.
Okay.
That's good.
Except for the one chick that keeps on blocking her. Fucking
Yeah, I got
block-
I got to deal with a fucking alpha female who I want to punch in the face. and her locker just happens to be the one directly above mine. And she blocks me every fucking time that we work the same shift. She stands there until like the last minute.
That's rather petty of her.
Yeah, well, she is petty. Nobody likes her.
Sounds like my kind of person. I'm just kidding.
All right, here's what you do: take her out from the knees.
think like Keith would think.
Run.
Shut
How?
up, Oscar.
Shoot with shoot with an arrow. I mean, I can respect the survival instincts, but that's
Hey, that's what a corrections officer needs.
Nah, you got to think like Kavul.
Eater?
You
Eat 'em?
eater.
That's a whole
I
different fanfic.
I wouldn't even tell Kavul to eat her. She's nasty.
Probably leave a bitter taste in Kavul's mouth.
From what I understand, she's been with every single guy there.
Oh, one of
All
those
the
people.
inmates.
No.
Damn.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that either, probably, but
The conjugal queen. Guys, we might all die. By the way.
Yeah,
That's
I just work. I still work for my wonderful Amazon. Woohoo!
That's the great part. We've already been dead. You just didn't know it.
Ah.
All right, nice eyeball. And
So I brought us all back from death with the ring. Oh,
That's not what I was saying.
oh, this is great. You're all welcome.
Nah, this is all
Nah.
just a dream sequence.
But all of
Sorry,
Oscar's
new
dreams
grid
are-
system, peoples. I apologize. I'm working the kinks out on the fly. But
You're
we
good,
are
man.
going to go into initiative. So let me go ahead and get my initiative bag going. I'm gonna dump,
initiative
I'm gonna
bag.
dump the
Shifting
initiative
happen.
bag over here in the opening next to my statue.
What'd you say, Keith?
so we just throw our token in that bag.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot about that thing.
Like our character token?
No,
No,
the new ones
little
for the
one.
initiative tokens. I thought
I-
mine was in there.
I did
What
that
happened
already.
to
Do I need
Oh.
to do it every time?
So we put
Yeah.
our initiative tokens in the initiative bag, correct?
I got yours, Senra.
I don't know where they're supposed to be acquired from, but they're different than when we initially set it up.
It's the ones you set up right here. I have yours right over by the bag.
Oh, they were moved over there? I didn't not see that. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I grabbed yours for you. So.
So we put it in this
Oh, what
bag,
a nice
green
lizard.
bag right here.
Thanks.
Yep. Red in the green bag.
All right, guys. We've been through a lot, and I just want to say this. A lot of you are very mean to me, and I wish you would stop it. Now, please, let's not die. All right, guys?
In
I
the
was
words of Kabul, okay, selfish one.
I was actually gonna say if we die, it's Oscar's fault.
I blame Oscar too.
Well, don't worry. If you guys die,
Hey,
Kavul
I am
will
not-
make sure your
no.
body is used for appropriate weapons.
I'm okay
Listen,
with that.
from my understanding, this is your rival, so this seems like your problem that you have brought on
No,
us.
this is in his head. He hasn't told you this. He just called him the Necro douche.
And I'm only saying
Rivalry's
this out
in
of
his head.
character.
You. Oh no. They're a mage that can read minds.
Don't mind the
You
white
don't know that in
squares.
character.
Damn,
Don't-
that's gonna be my next character.
Don't mind the white squares. That's just putting the fog effect down. They don't exist. Nevertheless, I think we are all back. Sorry once again for the delay. I'm working out some of the kinks, but I think we're all good to go. So let's.
Do we get like an extra 20 temp HP for waiting patiently?
You know what? If you want to feel that
joking.
way,
No,
I'm
don't.
okay with.
Oh, no.
No. In your head, you could have an extra 20 HP, but on the
In
table,
my head.
no.
Yeah.
All right, let me change the music to something more appropriate, and we'll get it on.
I say things I don't actually expect.
For your gift, you can make an extra death saving throw.
Okay, guys, let's see who dies tonight. So, as you
Now, I can finish what we started.
and the chanting happens. The little portal opens up, and it comes down like an elevator, and creating this creature in front. Once again, the fog absolutely obscuring. All you really see are the outlines and the shadowies of it. But I don't know how many of you guys would know exactly what you're facing. But yeah, let's get it on as we roll the initiative.
Didn't you say our new friend could do a counter spell
I'm sorry, what?
reaction?
No,
No,
they wanted to know if they can counterspell.
Yeah, no, guys. I have to set a scene for you guys, otherwise we'll never have combats. All right. So let me set my scenes, and then we will use your counter spells and shit when it's not part of the scene. All right, guys. Cool. So I don't know who Karen is. Is that Keith? You put your name, didn't you?
Oh yeah. My bad.
No worry. That's
Okay.
okay.
Just someone was memeing.
Okay, jokes.
All right.
I
So
rolled real bad.
it's all good. It is what it is. So starting off with Mortis, who? Wow, I just gave you his name.
We've known
We
his
knew
name.
his name.
Okay, good.
I didn't know his name.
Know that he's bad and we must kill, and he always runs away.
Y'all were just tell me he was a wonderful person.
No,
that was cool.
those words never came out of anyone's mouth.
They came out of Koval's mouth.
What? Kavul? What do you mean? He tried to kill us.
Because he always runs away.
You see the wispy figure behind the whatever, you guys can read it, the beholder zombie, and you see these pop-ups of like 4 other kind of similar shaped to that of Mortis, and then they begin to move around. All right, that takes us to Karen.
So from where I'm at, I'm gonna hit that one that's directly in my eyesight
Okay.
Oh,
with my bow.
Absolutely, make it happen. And forgive me, give me one moment here.
Excuse me.
Roll a flat d20, Keith. Okay. So, as you fire your arrow into the mist, it strikes, and you kind of hear. After the hit happens, the images begin to, as if they're shuffling, and they kind of blink in different directions. Would that be your turn?
Yes.
Fantastic. That takes us to Senra.
quick question for mechanics: did we have a rest in the time that people were setting up and doing things for the fire and all that
Yeah,
stuff?
you could have had a short rest. That's a fair thing.
Okay.
No damage on that one? Or
Oh, roll damage. Keith, I'm sorry. I thought you did already roll damage.
No, you told me to roll d20.
Yeah, I'm sorry. D20. Now roll your damage. I apologize. Okay.
I just thought I didn't hit.
Well, you don't know if you did or not, but when you fired your arrow, you did see the shuffle happened. Okay. So what's Senra gonna do?
Okay. Where am I? I am here. He's 85, 80.
Did my initiative not go on?
It looks like it didn't.
You don't add that in real quick since I haven't gone yet.
Well, if I roll again, everyone's numbers are going to get all different and obscured, but I could do it manually. What's your initial?
6.
Hey Senra, do you get that the oh no, you didn't take Barbarian. Never mind. Sorry.
I don't know what your question actually was.
There's an optional Barbarian feature where they can move closer to an enemy. I wasn't sure what level it was, but I remembered that you took a level in Rogue last time, so you wouldn't be that level anyway.
Right.
I think it's a level like 6 feature, or it might be level 7.
Fade rolled a 6. Okay. I am going to shoot with longbow twice at the same one that Kate was shooting at.
Absolutely.
For a 19 to hit and a 27 to hit for
Sure.
a 9 and 12.
Roll your roll 2d20s, please.
Sure. On tabletop or just in roll 20?
It's a flat roll, so you could do tabletop or roll 20, whatever's
Okay.
easier for you.
514.
A 5 and a 14. One moment.
Okay. While you do that, going to move. I can't get there.
When your first arrow strikes into the target, it creates that shuffle. And then the second one, after the shuffle, the arrow hits, and once again you hear, oh, and then as the shuffle happens yet again.
Okay. Then I'm gonna move 40. The roof is messing up range stuff, so I'll just drop here because I can't really drop adjacent under the roof.
That's okay. I could fix that problem. One second.
Okay, so I'll drop there. And bonus action rage. She like runs up against the side of the building and just like slams her hand into the thing, like just dropping the longbow, and getting ready to pull out the weapons.
Absolutely. Beautiful. Will that be your turn?
Mm-hmm.
That takes us to Alexia.
Alexia seeing all this, she's gonna say fuck it and cast fireball in that area.
Absolutely. That's a 30 radius.
20-foot radius. Yeah,
How
I'll put
many
it in
can
the
you
chat.
get?
Oscar looks jealous as he hears the incantation for fireball. He's like, oh.
She is actually speaking in Draconic as she casts the spell.
It hasn't. I still have speak under comprehend languages, so I would still get it.
Is that only 10 minutes?
No, it's an hour.
Oh, okay. But we had a long rest since you cast it. Oh, sorry, short rest.
No, that was during that because I did it when I got to the building.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's probably. I mean, it's gonna not last after this fight for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
Oh, that's a cool new thing you got, Frog.
Oh, that is neat. Yeah, it's flavor, so that's huge.
That's a fireball radius?
That's
What?
a big a boy. Yeah, fireball is 40 feet across.
Yeah, I'm just trying to measure it out so it fits the squares perfectly, and I can't seem to
What?
find.
I mean, it doesn't have to be, absolute. 1, 2, 3.
There it is.
All right, do you want me to move it?
Okay, note to self, it has to be on the actual grid itself. Okay, cool. So, where do you want it? Go ahead and, you see this little dot over here?
Yeah.
Go ahead and place it where you want your fireball to drop.
Snap, he's getting all of them.
Yeah. About there. Trying to get all of them.
Absolutely.
That works.
No, that doesn't work because that's not in the grid. That's off the grid. So there's your option right there. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
And that's a dexterity saving throw, is that correct?
Yes. And I believe my DC's 15.
You might want to correct your sheet then. Your sheet says 14.
Sheet says 15.
Well, when you do your spells, like you could see it says spell save DC 14, so you might want to
In roll 20,
update.
he means.
Yeah, and roll 20.
Well, yeah,
the-
I'm looking at my sheet on roll 20. Up here
No.
under spell section, it says 15.
He's talking about when you click on it to use the ability, what shows up in chat at the end at the bottom of the text box says spell save
Yeah.
DC 14. So it's something with the formula.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be using a different spellcast thing mod instead of
Okay,
your
so then let's do the math real quick
charisma.
here. So you're looking at 10 plus your wisdom or charisma bonus, right? Which is a 4. Do you have a thing that gives you +1 to your DC by chance? Because at its base, it would be.
No,
it's 8 plus your
proficiency
mod
plus 8, which would be 11 plus 4, which is 15.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm sorry. I looked at it differently.
You're
Okay.
thinking about passive perception.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So that happens. So your fireball. And for those who don't know the actual way of fireball, believe it or not, it doesn't really shoot from your fingertips into the thing. If you read the spell, it's literally a target location within range. It doesn't actually say, yeah, it doesn't actually say you need line of sight on it either, which is kind of bullshit in my opinion, but whatever. So yeah, you point, I guess, to that location.
Yeah, pretty much.
Can I flavor a little bit for you if that's okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Your fireball is not like fire. It actually still has the same degree of fire, but it's almost as if you're super concentrating your shadow into a burn kind of black fire as you point to that location. Kaboom! And the whole area just kaboom erupts. The light, the darkness that's all around the forest, just radiates out like a giant flash and sunlight through the trees, and it creates shadows. Everyone that was looking directly at it, for a second, you lose your vision because it's so fucking bright and beautiful. Roll damage.
Okay. No, stop it, mouse.
Come on, crit. Big number. Big number. We need it.
All right.
Well, it's 8d6, so it's gonna be solid, no matter what.
30.
All right. Give me a second while I do some math.
That you did slightly more than average too. Nice rolls, nice rolls.
Let's see. I had 2 6s, a 4, a 1, a 5, a 2, a 4, and a 2.
I've been waiting for us to get an AoE Blasty Mage for so long.
Okay. As your fireball singes and creates this like black fucking fire ring and it singes the ground that this creature is standing on, you hear as it begins to burn. One of its tendrils seems to singe almost to a nubbin. The already decaying flesh on the side of the creature has begun to burn. And I'm going to just for flavor wise, saying that there's still shadowy fire that's slowly burning at him. It's not going to do damage, but it's just more flavor as he's still kind of engulfed in shadowy flame. Massive, disgusting, stupid fucking hit. But congratulations, that was fantastic. Would that be your turn?
Yes, that will be my turn.
Oscar, you see the shadowy fire fly and burn this creature. What are you gonna do?
First, I look longingly at the flames, and then I run and use my bonus action to dash to get like, I guess what is this, like a shed? I don't remember this thing. This building.
Well, this was a map from something different, so I'm gonna reasonably say that's not even there anymore. How about that?
Cool. I like reasons. And I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna cast invisibility,
Okay.
and that is my turn.
All right. That takes us to Fate.
Fate's going to.
Please remember there is a hole in that wall.
Yeah, which one is it? The one right in front of me?
I will draw it because that's easier for me to do. Let's say
Does it go all the way through the house?
No, it's just a hole. Basically, somebody casted Shatter on the back of that wall, so it's like blasted out.
Okay.
Is there a window on the on this side next to the Necro douche, or anywhere near
Only
that?
right around where that is. That's where the arrow came in through the window that Senra shot at you.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the edge right here. I'm just gonna kind of lean into it, hiding, and ready
Absolutely.
to strike.
Now, also, please be. Well, you know what? Never mind. Go. Will that be your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Here comes the dangerous part, guys. This is my first time using this creature, so let's see what it's capable of. Moving forward as it begins to... Oh, fuck, it's got a fly speed?
Yeah, it hovers.
Slow too.
It's going to go diagonal and up. I'm going to say it's hovering 10 feet off the ground and 10 feet forward. And you know what? I'll keep track of the height. What we can do is this. There, I changed his name to 10 feet to keep it 10 feet off the ground, just so we know its height. All right, cool. So, as it's doing that, I have Senra. What's the range on this motherfucker?
I think it's like 120 feet. If I'm correctly. It's crazy.
Believe it or not,
Or is that the little one?
the only two people in range are Kavul and Senra.
The rest of us got low.
All right, so, and you know what? I will do this out in the open. Senra, since you're the closest, odds or evens, my friend?
I'm pretty odd.
Odds it is. Kavul. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Good.
You see, through the mist, the eyes begin to glow. Roll a d4. Which do we get? You see an eye begin to glow green at you, and this bolt ray goes straight towards you. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
Do you have an inspiration or anything to modify that? Or are we taking it?
I'll use my inspiration. Why not?
Do you have one?
I thought it did. It was checked in the box, but doesn't help anyways. So.
Okay. You can go ahead and remove that inspiration as this ray smacks square into the center of your chest. You begin to feel as if you've turned to stone. Although your body does not physically take the form of stone, you feel as if you are now a statue. All you have is your eyes locked into the direction of the beholder's zombie. Yeah, so at the end of each of your turns, you're more than welcome to make that Constitution save at the end of your turn. So essentially, you got to burn a whole turn just to make your save going forward.
Wonderful.
So he's paralyzed?
He is absolutely fucking paralyzed. He is the definition of paralysis. All right, that takes care of that. Believe it or not, out of all the eye rays, that's the best one to get. Moving right along, Kavul.
I stand there, and then at my turn.
Oh well, you got to roll.
You can do a new roll.
You can roll
I
your
know.
Constitution saving throw.
At the end, yeah.
Oh, look at you! At the end of your turn, you start to feel like the blood flowing through your veins again, and you slowly kind of break your way out of your paralysis as your muscles were locked, and now they seem to kind of limber up a little. Sweet. Okay, that takes us to the top of the round that nobody can see. Fate and Oscar.
I'm invisible if that matters.
It doesn't. Fate and Oscar, you. Where did I put this? I know I put you somewhere. Fate and Oscar. So, as you make your way to the side of the house, you guys can hear chanting in the air. Some kind of chant. The ground behind you, the disturbed ground, you know what I'm talking about? The big circular one that we discussed earlier. Behind you begins to kind of as hands burst out of it.
I thought that was in the front yard.
I had marked the circle where it was before. I don't know how. I don't know, some reason.
I think it was like right here. Yeah, I remember
absolutely.
seeing the circle. I didn't know what it was though.
As they erupt, I'm going to say half their movement to stand out of the grave. What you see as you turn around, I mean, they're not silent about it. And forgive the depictions. That's not exactly what they look like here, but what you see is what looks to be a half decomposed man and a half decomposed woman. What is the worst part of the situation is that the half decomposed woman seems to be holding an infant in her hands, which is clearly not of this plane anymore, at least. And with half that movement, they're both making their way towards Fate. Fate, you're going to take 2 hits here, or at least they're going to attempt to. Once.
You mean not of this plane, like no longer living, or some
Yeah.
other extra planar?
Like a
Okay.
demon baby.
No, not like that. Let me rephrase.
Just undead.
The infant's not brought back because that would be cruel, and I'm dark, but I'm not that dark.
Is it purple?
It is not a purple demon baby, no.
Thanos. We have to kill Thanos before he wipes out half the universe.
Sorry, I'm bringing up their attacks here. Come on, Roll20, stop being a dildo. Sorry, guys, I gotta refresh Roll20. Yeah, dude, technical problems are a bitch.
I know, it feels like a lot of pressure, but you're cool, man. I know how that is. I think most of us here do.
I just like to keep it as smooth as possible. You know, these hiccups break immersion, and it bothers me.
I gotcha.
All right, so, and you know what? Let's just say I rename zombie number 1 mom to represent the female, and then the other one will just be default to dad. So the dad zombie, let's say, is going to scratch at you twice across your back.
Back scritches.
A 21 and a 6 to hit.
How high does defensive duelist raise my AC?
I'm sorry, say again.
So how high does defensive duelist raise my AC?
Well, what's your
You
AC
add
now?
your proficiency mod.
Which would be +3.
Okay, so it only gets to 20, so the 21 hits.
21 hits, absolutely. As you feel like 4, actually, I'm sorry, you feel 4 or 3. What the fuck am I saying? 3 nails begin to scratch you. The 4th one seems to be missing.
He only has 4 fingers.
The nail is
Yeah.
missing.
It was used for flavor earlier.
Oh, the one. He's the guy that was locked in the thingy. This is dark.
This
Yeah,
music fits.
Honestly, you only take 3 bludgeoning damage on top of that, but the mother who trips and stumbles with the infants in her hand, flavor-wise, she leaps into you, kind of tries to grab a hold of your waist to try to grapple you. Give me an athletics or acrobatics check. Nice. As this zombie, this female zombie with one arm tries to wrap its arm around you as it kind of stumbles into your circle, holding on to the baby with her left hand, slides down as you kind of wiggle your way free. She begins to stand back up, using your body as a ladder of sorts as she tries to bring herself back up. That takes care of them, and they will continue to move. Oh, I almost forgot one more fucking creature that would have been raised. I am so fucking sorry.
No.
I completely forgot that our feline friend would also be affected by this spell.
I want a refund. This is bullshit.
I was gonna do that.
It was definitely par for the course. That was pre-planned. And that creature, whatever, half speed to stand up, sure. And then
See,
we'll give him
Keith, I
half
knew I
speed.
should have done it before.
In fact, it'll just use a dash action to give it its. Let's go to here. That's fine. Whatever. As Alexia and Keith, you see an undead saber-toothed cat making its way towards you, swollen nipples and all.
Aw,
Now that
so
takes
many
us.
comments about that.
talk about ruining the immersion.
And honestly, because he's technically not in your line of sight, you don't see him at the moment. And I'll just throw him over here to represent. Okay. So that's that, guys. Next up we have is Karen or Keith.
Shut up. I'm going
Karen
to move.
Keithenson.
Give me a I'm gonna move there. And I'm going to shoot at that beholder dude.
Do it. A 22 flies down into the gulch next to everything that's going on through the fog. Whoop! Nailing it square in its open mouth, ripping through some of the already decaying flesh in its cheek. Roll damage. Five piercing damage slams as your arrow sticks halfway out of its cheek. Just next to Senra's arrow from earlier. Would that be your turn?
Yes.
All right, Senra.
Senra is going to fucking tired of these things. Draw the weapons. Fade could probably use the hand for a second, so double back real quick, circle around.
Absolutely.
And then slash, and then I can't use the bonus because I drew. Okay.
Mom or dad?
Can I ping? No, I don't. Mom.
Mom?
I'll
give you. I'm gonna give you advantage on those because I did flavor text that she's using Fate as a kind of get up. Like he's like and she's like using his body to get herself back on her feet. So yeah, she doesn't see this coming out.
This is a bunch of bullshit. As I let one land and with the sneak attack also.
Absolutely.
Wait, apply. Damn you. And then the secondary for 27 for another 8.
You
And
should
then
roll to see if you crit, because you have advantage. You said.
oh yeah, that's right. Nope. Yeah. Or for the other. Hey, the other.
Ah, look at that.
So that's 10, 19, 25 total. As I slice in, just carving chunks out the ribs and liver, coming like piercing straight through the chest cavity and like just slicing through. I don't know
My
if it actually
God,
kills it.
brutal.
So,
No, it does not kill it, but you, as you're slicing through whatever clothing this creature was wearing in life, you're slicing open the back, and as you're cutting open the back, it's like partially decayed. As you cut it open, there's a couple of worms, because she's been under the ground for a little bit, so they've made a little home in certain crevices in the body, and you'll see the back open up, and then there's like, insect or, earthy type of creatures that start to kind of pour out of the sexy hit. as this creature's rib cage in the back is completely exposed. Would that be
That's
your
a
turn?
nightmare.
Yes, I think that's all I can do.
All
It
right.
maintains rage.
Alexia.
Alexia will. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see what all I can do. All right.
Well, while you're thinking, I want to make a comment. Fuck Fireball.
Did that kind of just ruin your plans?
Not at all, man. It's all good. I just need to be aware that you have Fireball.
Okay. Alexia will move over here. And she's gonna she will spend 2 of her sorcery points to quicken mirror image. So she'll be using that as a bonus action. And then she will cast a twin spell. That should be only 1 sorcery point for Toll the Dead, targeting the cat. Well, hold on. That might be too far away. No, that 60 foot. Can I get 60-foot range? That should be able to get the beholder.
Yeah, said 55. That hit.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, so she's gonna cast twin spell Toll the Dead on the zombie Sabretooth and the zombie beholder.
Okay. Boom, boom. And I believe, what is that? Con saves or wisdom saves?
It is a wisdom save.
Okay. Beholder first. Cat neck. What's your DC? 15?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
For which one? Because if it's damaged, it takes D12 instead of D8.
I'll tell you what. Here's what we're gonna do. I'll let you roll damage twice, and then I'll go in order for my wisdom saves, whether or not they passed or failed.
I think
Okay.
Kibble was asking, are they already damaged? Because it affects the die roll.
Yeah,
Oh,
'cause Toll the Dead does more.
the
If
cat.
they're damaged, it is a D12.
Yeah, the cat. If the cat is, I don't think the cat's damaged, unless someone attacked the cat.
Nope.
I'm pretty. I'm
Okay,
pretty sure
so I'll
damaged.
make it simple. The beholder was not affected by this, as it doesn't seem to have an effect, but the cat definitely starts to shudder. Roll damage for the cat.
Okay, that should be 2d8. 8 damage.
Boom! As the creature begins to kind of shudder a little bit, and the skin kind of flops as it shudders.
All right,
Would that be your turn?
that will be my turn.
All right. Next up, we have Oscar.
Okay, I'm gonna use 15 feet of my movement to get here, and then I'm going to dash as a bonus action. We'll get up to the corner. So I've gone. Actually, let me drop myself first. So that's 15. I'm gonna go another 15.
Okay.
Do I see him?
So, as you would see him, as you come around the corner, the second you lay eyes on him, you see him dropping a glass vial, and his body is in the process of obscuring, blending in with the mist.
Okay, then before he fully turns into mist, I'm going to can you tell me where his token is currently so I can is it where your hand is?
Here, I'll just do this. Let's just, the state that he's in, so I'll just leave it here for now.
Yeah, so I'll go here. And I'm going to attack. I'm invisible currently, so do I have my sneak attack?
Sure.
Fuck yeah.
I'll give it to you, but roll a disadvantage.
I'm gonna use my ability to give myself advantage.
Okay.
So it's a normal roll.
Yep.
All right, and I'm going to I have to roll a d20 first. Nope. All right, and arcane jab. So that is boom.
Roll damage.
All right. So I'm using a booming blade.
Okay.
All right. Both of those. And boom. 22.
22, as your rapier slides into this creature, you feel as if he just got nipped a bit, which still puts an electrical pulse. It's electric damage, right? Lightning damage?
Thunder.
Yes, thunder damage. As you start to see the crackle kind of radiate through the mist, and as it begins to move, it goes boom, and the mist seems to kind of, it leaves a pocket of decompressed air, as it kind of goes out, and then slowly closes.
Okay.
If his voice box wasn't missed, you probably would have heard him scream.
All right, so did that. Okay, it looks like that didn't disrupt the spell. So I am going to I only used 5 feet to do that. So I'm gonna go I want to make sure I'm not in the thing's line of sight. So I'm gonna go back here. Yeah. I'm gonna use the remainder of my movement to backtrack out of the line of sight of the beholder.
Okay. Would that be your turn?
Just to ask, is this symbol only for the effect, or is it actually a thing here?
No,
Like
it's not there. It's just for the fog.
Okay, so that is an empty space.
I don't want to glue the fog to my map, so I just keep it like this temporarily.
Yeah.
But if it's in the way, I can move.
No. I just wanted to know in case, because if there was something there, I would have hid behind that instead.
Yeah, no, nothing there.
Yeah. Okay. So
right.
yeah, that's my turn.
That takes us to fate.
Awesome. So I'm just going to just slide over here casually like it's no big deal. And I'm going to get a flank on this guy. The guy right in front of me.
Okay.
Yep. And 7, 8, 9, 10,
Oh,
11,
100%
12
hits.
damage.
12 damage into Mom. Does this type of zombie? I'm sure it has undead fortitude. Just double check. It sure does. What was your damage roll?
12.
12.
All right. So as this zombie has just stood up, its back splayed open by Senra's mighty gashes, you finish this creature off while it's holding its undead, dead infant child in arms. How do you kill it?
I just cut off the head, and as the baby is rocking around or crawling, I just kind of step on it and twist my boot a little bit.
That's
wow, dark. And you do so, Senra. You see all that happen in front of you as this creature becomes headless and turned into a cockroach. Squish.
I'm gonna
Thanks.
just slide right here. Get center F link.
I expected it to pop more.
Oh shit. Oh my god. All right. Would that be your turn, Fate?
Yeah, I moved back over there.
Okay. All right. As it hovers diagonally yet again, like climbing a set of steps, it will. It's 20 feet high. The cabin's about 15 to 20 feet with a pitched roof. Center, I'm going to give you a 50-50 on line of sight. So, why don't you control this? If you roll a D100 for me, and I want you to roll over 50%, and if you gain...
25.
All right, he does not see you, but he does see everybody else. So...
He doesn't see me flicking it off. Sorry.
It's all right. So, Keith, how far away are you? Too far. Okay. Let's put Keith back where she belongs. Go. All right. Alexia, Kavul. Kavul, odds or evens?
Let's go even.
Evens it is. D4. What are we casting today, kids? A 2. Give me a wisdom saving throw as one of its other tentacly eyes begins to... Oh my god.
Gotta be kidding me.
Begins to kind of... and it begins to kind of radiate you. Your body fills with the most dread as possible. You become so frightened. You suffer effects of frightened, basically. You're full-on fucking frightened. And for reference, there's a sheet here that can tell you what frightened's all about. You're welcome to use it. Disadvantage on ability checks. As long as you have eyes on this creature, you have basically disadvantage on everything for the most part. And you cannot move any closer to the source of fear, which means you can still move, but you can only move away from the creature. You are able to use your wisdom saving throws at the end of each one of your turns to break the effect.
Gotcha.
Okay, cool. That takes care of that guy. So that brings us to Kavul.
Okay. Oh, let's see. They can't move closer. We be closer to it. So we can't do that.
You can still do stuff to it from
I
where
got a
you are.
question. If I were to move here, is that technically closer?
Yeah, technically it would be.
Okay. I just wanted to double check that. So.
No, you're good. It's a good question.
You know what? Let's toll the dead on him.
Absolutely.
Oh wait, am I in range for that? Just barely. Okay. 14 wisdom save.
14 wisdom save. Roll your damage.
Okay. That is
Big.
2 to 12.
And I ignore resistance to necrotic damage, so 5.
5 damage as you see its tentacles kind of swirl around briefly. Its glowing eyes. What you see in its glowing eyes. So you saw the first one, which was kind of like a bluish tint. The one that hit you, the second one, was kind of like a purplish. You see a red one, which seems to kind of go wing, 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 and that's kind of towards the center of his eyes. And then you also see a green one as well, as they kind of swirl around in this misty kind of hued fog.
Okay, awesome. And then bonus action.
Okay.
Can I cast spiritual weapon on it?
Fantastic. Where do you want to manifest it?
Right next to it in the air.
Right next to it in the air. And because I'm such a great DM, I totally forgot to get you that. So we're just going to use this little red dude to represent your little thing. And I don't care if it's called Swiss cheese. But that's the token we'll use to represent. So feel free to manipulate and move that creature or that thing as you see fit. I'm assuming it's floating in the air 20 feet as well.
Yep. And then a 14 would be the attack roll.
Absolutely. As a 14, it swings and the creature slightly just kind of woo to the side, missing it completely.
Okay. That's my turn.
Absolutely. Next up, we have the
Oh,
zombies.
and then I have to make my save.
Yes, you do. That is not enough as you
I
still
have a
feel filled with
+6.
dread.
Come on.
The saber-toothed tiger cat kind of goes right towards you, leaping at you. It is, oh, dude, really? It's going to jump at you with claws. Oh, 22 to hit. The 22 hit?
Yeah.
The claws slash into your chest. Or actually, technically, it would be towards your back more so. So you kind of get on your back. You feel 2 sets of claws. Clack, clack. Kind of just grinding inside of your flesh and your scales. 13 slashing damage. And now I need you to give me a strength saving throw. Oh, man.
My dice hate me.
You feel the weight of a cat, a zombified fucking saber-toothed cat, push you down. You are effectively prone. While prone in the pouncing formation, the 2 claws are on your back. So I'm gonna say you're kind of face down, chest down into the dirt, as the saber-toothed cat has you pinched or pinned down by your shoulders, claws in hand or claws into your scales. It then begins to take a free action because of the pounce mechanic and bite you at the back of your neck. Oh no! Oh no! Just fucking. Sorry, quick math here. 21 piercing damage as it seems to know exactly where to bite, i.e., rolled natural 20. And it bites and starts ripping out flesh out of the back of your neck.
Okay.
Would that be my turn? That would be that cat's turn. All right, Fate, as Dad is going to make a swing at you. Doesn't do a damn thing as its arm swings out at you. You bat it away with one sword, as you know, your rapier, you parried it, and then he tries to come in to bite you with its mouth, and you raise your rapier close enough that it actually bites the blade of your rapier. And that would take care of that. It is now Karen's turn.
Right, from where I stand, I'm going to shoot at the beholder again.
Sure thing.
Frog.
But
Just one thing. Since we skipped past Mortis, if he moved, he would take damage.
Oh, you already heard the boom. Yeah, we indicated that earlier.
Oh, then I'd have to roll the damage then.
I mean,
the damage.
If you want to roll damage, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll
wait,
damage.
I don't. Oh, because it automatically shows an attack. So it's just the 13. Ignore
Okay.
the 5.
Okay.
So
Karen, you're up.
okay, I'm going to use steady aim because I'm not going to move, so it'll give me advantage on my next attack roll.
Absolutely. Make it happen.
Because that didn't fucking happen anyway.
And your
Inspiration?
arrow. Oh yeah. Do you have inspiration?
No.
Your arrow flies past this creature pretty wide. Would that be your turn, Karen?
Yeah.
Okay, Senra, you are up.
This fucker's still here. Okay, so I'm just going to do the old faithful. Short sword, the fish skinned. So I slice down from one shoulder all the way down, then the next one stabbing through the neck, and the bonus attack up through the gut.
Oh my God.
With all 3 hits.
Brutal. Make it happen.
25, 25, and 21 for the
They
attacks.
all hit.
So 20 total.
20 total.
Plus another 2. 22.
You slash through this creature, just like you said, and it just opens up chunks of flesh all over its back, exposing bone and half-rotten meat. Would that be your turn?
Yeah. If he's still up, then I'll stay there.
Yeah,
Actually,
these zombies seem to be very hardier than your standard zombie.
I'm gonna swivel around and like since I can see the zombified beholder from above the roof line, I'm gonna swivel around and like get hover and
100%.
just with some fades like that fuckers don't go out. They can see us.
Absolutely. 100%.
Let him know.
All right, Alexia.
Okay. Seeing Co what how do you pronounce his name again? Koval? Koval? Seeing Koval get attacked, Alexia's just gonna launch 2 Eldritch Blasts right at the saber-tooth tiger.
Okay. Make it happen.
Come on, crit, 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 crit.
The first one's a 9, so that's a miss.
Don't assume anything. I'll take care of that part.
Okay, sorry. A 9 and a 15.
The first Eldritch Blast nails the ground just behind the zombified cat as it's pouncing on top of Kavul. The second one nails it straight into its side, cleaving it all the way through. Roll damage.
Okay, that's gonna be a D10 plus
And
D10
just a
plus
hint,
4, 8 damage.
if you click on the like Eldritch Blast in the text box there, it'll
Oh.
actually roll it for you.
Well, he uses D&D Beyond, and I believe it fucks
No,
up.
I got my character sheet on roll 20.
Oh, there you are. Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
All right, cool. So yeah, and even though your Eldritch Blast cleaves straight through the cat, it still makes a hole behind the cat next to Kate's legs. Would that be your turn?
No, I will use another bonus action, quicken spell, to what do I want to quicken? I'll quicken Toll the Dead.
Okay,
Once again on the saber-tooth tiger.
make it happen.
Well, you
Yep, roll damage.
okay. Not just roll 2d12. God dang it.
Crit.
16 more damage.
Nice.
You can see the magic that's holding this cat together begin to slightly leave this creature's body as it seems to be barely holding on, even though it's still digging into Kavul's body. Would that be your turn?
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Oscar, you are up. Fate, you're on deck.
All right. I'm gonna.
If you can get zombie
5
1 out the
feet.
game, I'll take the tiger.
Do I see his misty form?
No. You're surrounded by fog. It seems as if this fog is here strategically.
Okay. That's upsetting. How far is it? Oh wait, it's still 10 feet in the air, right?
No, it's now 20 feet in the air.
Oh well. Fuck me.
Kill zombie 1.
You are able to talk in combat, by the way, so you don't feel like you have to whisper, but you have to at least keep it in context of player.
All right, so
Get this thing off us, and then I can save Kabul.
sure. I'll go over to this. You know what? I'll dash as a bonus action so I can get the flank. I only need to go here. So that's I've gone 35 feet. No, yeah, 35 feet. And I will use Booming Blade, so I'll arcane jab him.
Absolutely. Make it happen with a +1 to the flank. And you'll also get sneak attack with this, I believe.
Okay,
Come
and
on, come on,
boom.
crit, crit, crit.
Well, I did crit, but I didn't have advantage, so.
Nope. But a 22 is absolutely there to hit. Make it happen. Roll that damage, please.
Oh, yes.
Watch out for the eye.
Damn, wish that would have crit. Damn, that was so much damage. So, 18 damage.
Oof. How do you kill this creature?
I'm just like, oh god, stabbing in its head, and it explodes. And then I use my remaining.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And then I would just use my remaining 25 to get back over here.
Absolutely, and you do so. You kind of dig into the back of the base of that head with the booming blade, and literally like a mini grenade going off inside the brain of this creature as the head erupts like a Gallagher fucking watermelon. Would that be your turn?
Yeah.
For flavor, Fate and Senra, give me dexterity saving throws.
Sure.
Look at you guys. Not a speck of blood or brain on you at all. All right. That takes us to Fate. And then Beholder Zombies on deck.
All right. Pulling out my short bow. And I'm gonna shoot at zombie cat 1.
Do it to it.
14.
A 14 nails into this creature. Wow, that's a lot of damage for a fucking short bow. Holy crap. What's the total on that one? There's no way I could roll over 20. So it's dead. How do you kill it? Remember, it's currently digging into Kavul's back of his neck.
And shoot it right center mass, and it just rolls off him.
Absolutely fucking does. Boom, and it just rolls. Kavul, you feel the pressure just kind of leave off of your back as if nothing's there anymore.
Oh no, he died.
Would that be your turn, Fate?
So the beholder is. Wait, I don't even see the beholder, right? I just know
No.
he's above us somewhere.
20 feet in the air. As far as you're concerned. But you don't see it, but he's technically 20 feet in the air.
I'm just gonna slide over one from Senra. And I'll just.
Okay.
How is it dark? Like, is there a line of sight through this thing right here?
The front door, you could see the hole through the front door, and in some angles, the window, depending on the angle, if that's what you're asking me.
There should still be light because all the grass should be on fire from the fireball.
I mean, it's not pitch out. This is like just before complete darkness, so there's still a little light in the air. Otherwise, I'd have all you non-dark vision people doing everything at disadvantage. And we haven't been playing it that way, so there is enough light to see what's going on, but it's very dim.
I think that sounds like a fun option.
It was an idea, but
I'm gonna
something I
hide
would
over
do.
by my buddy, the cowardly Oscar. We're both the cowards. I'm gonna hide.
all right. I assume that's your
I
turn.
would
That's my turn.
Fate. He turned into mist. He's hiding within the mist as mist. We have to kill him.
Still maintaining a hover. Center, I'll give you another 50-50. Actually, I will give you more than that. I'll give you a 75. If you roll
Behind house.
If you roll 1 to 25, he'll see you.
Look to the right. There's it. Nope.
Oh no! I didn't expect that to happen.
Is the fact I'm looking. I'll use my inspiration.
Go ahead. I'm perfectly okay with that. Dude, how funny would it be if you roll a fucking other 16?
It's gonna happen.
Just thinking something, but like I don't. I don't want to be that person.
Okay, he doesn't see you. You're behind enough cover. I remember it floats and it's just changing its angle. But that's cool. I am okay with letting the dice tell the story, which leaves 3 targets. 3 targets. Let's do it this way. Alexia, 1. Kavul, 2. Kaith, 3. Kaith, 3. Oh, boy. And then we'll roll another d4 to see what spell goes on you.
Is this where somebody dies?
Probably. Okay. You see the green eyeball look over at you, Kaith, and it kind of and it leeches over to you. The ray itself is kind of like a offset zigzaggy pattern. As it nails in your direction, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Is that good enough?
It's gotta be.
Absolutely
die?
good
Be
enough.
surprised.
As this ray, you kind of leap to the side a little bit and it crashes behind you. As you look behind you on the ground, the vegetation that was there begins to wither and decay almost immediately. Yeah, so that's that. That takes us to Kavul.
Okay, I'm gonna take half my movement to stand up. I'm gonna take my other half to go here, and then I'm gonna use a new spell of mine, Aura of Vitality.
The fuck does that do?
So as a bonus action, I'm gonna also use that right away and heal myself for 2d6.
Okay. Wow, it actually heals you every turn for up to a minute, huh?
Any person within 30 feet I can choose, and as the bonus action heal.
Oh, cool.
Is that a
So-
concentration?
It
Yes.
is.
Yeah.
It would make sense to be.
That's pretty cool.
Imagine if it wasn't.
That is my
Oh
turn.
my
That'd be
God.
super powerful.
Imagine if it was an AoE.
Greater version.
Cool. I don't think I've ever seen that spell used before. Well done.
It might be a new Tasha's one.
All right, would that be your turn, Kavul?
Yep.
All right. Shit. That takes us to zombies and Mortis, who is no longer there. As far as you can tell, Cat's dead. Karen or Kaith.
Sorry. So same thing, steady aim at the beholder in the sky.
Do it to it. Nice. Absolutely sinks in.
Oh, I forgot to roll that when I
You would get your sneak attack since you had advantage.
Oh yeah.
You have advantage?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the
Oh,
advantage.
Steady
yeah.
aim.
Look at that. Go ahead and roll. Look at you. This creature takes another arrow. One of its eyes seems to be kind of going wickedly all over the place. Would that be your turn?
Yep.
All right, that takes us to Senra, and then Alexia, you're on deck. So please know what you guys are gonna do.
Oh, sorry, I just need to do this. Nope, I'm still frightened.
You good, Kavul?
Yeah, I forgot to roll my wisdom for the fright, the fear.
A nat
Oh,
1 and
okay.
a nat 20.
Sunra is going to look around the corner and be like, "Fucking shit!" Sheath her offhand. Sheath her main hand and throw her offhand to her main hand, then throw the main hand weapon towards the beholder, and just call out "My!" and the dancing sword just flies into the air, rushes forward and attacks with a bonus action.
Beautiful. Since that effectively makes it a kind of a spiritual weapon, but not really, I'll use this little dude to represent your sword. So feel free to move this little fucker around as you see fit.
This says piercing, but I'm just gonna roll with the macro for the main hand because it's the same
That's fine.
modifiers.
Same
just
thing.
slashing instead of piercing.
Okay.
For a 19 for 8.
And what's the range on your dancing sword?
I can throw it up and move it 30 feet.
Okay, perfect.
So if there's a height difference, then you can let me know if it doesn't.
So he is 20 feet high. I could even say you can physically throw it. That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fair. You're gonna use your muscle to throw it, and then it'll take off in flight. I'm okay with
Okay.
that concept.
Okay, so if that's it, I'll just drop it next to it. And then I'll do that. After that hits, I'll rush out and grab the bow that I dropped. And then rush back and do 2 strikes with the bow, the longbow goblin make.
Oof, nice.
For my standard attack. 17 for 8 each, 16 total.
All 3 of that hits. As your blade slashes, your arrows sink.
So that's
What was the total damage again? I'm sorry.
24 total. 30.
Brutal hit.
540. Okay, and I can get back into some measure of cover there. Actually, I wouldn't know if it's still open. I'm just gonna stay there. That's me.
All right. That takes us to Alexia.
I'm also going to purposely face away in case there's something dealing with sight.
Okay.
All right. Alexia's eyes suddenly go completely dark, and her eyes just glow green as she casts Hex upon the beholder.
Okay.
And then she'll fling 2 Eldritch Blasts at it.
Make it happen.
What's the skill that it has disadvantage in checks with? Like, what's the stat?
It's going to be Wisdom skills.
Go ahead and make your attacks.
Okay. Just throwing Hex in there. And then we'll do Eldritch Blast. I think. Just click on it. First one's an 8.
There's 2
Two
nat
nat
ones. Oh my god. All right. So, why don't you go ahead and roll me 3d6 twice, please?
Thank you
That's
for joining
nutty.
the table. The door's over that way.
Oh, you're about to double explode.
222.
Oh no, I think that's actually bad. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought. I'm sorry. It's the opposite side. Okay, do it again.
212.
Okay.
Roll 28 to me.
Okay, so the second one is the horrible one. And okay, we'll do it in order here. So the first one, as you shoot it out, you feel this immense pain, almost like you had a brain hemorrhage, and you feel this pain behind your temple, and it kind of pulsates. And absolutely. So you suffer -1 to your attack and spell save DC until the next short rest. However, the second one is even worse because you do it again and you feel that same pain in your brain, probably because of the way that your magic manifests, and you brain fart and you forget how to cast the spell entirely until your next short rest.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, that sucks.
Wow. Thank you for joining the table, brother. Would that be your turn?
That will be my turn.
All right. That takes us to Oscar, and then Fate, you're on deck.
All right. So I'm going to 5 and then 20. I'm gonna go here. So I've gone 25, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. So I'm bonus action dash, and I don't think this fucker's left. I think he's watching. I think he wants to see this. Actually, I'm gonna go here, because then I can wait. If I go here, then it's 5, 10, 15. I'd be in this. Okay, I'm gonna stay here. Actually, yeah, I think he's still here. I'm going to cast Sword Burst. And I'll post it It's a spell I haven't used yet. So it's an area of effect spell around around myself, and any like creature within 5 feet of me has to make a dex save or take damage.
Within how far away from you? Just 5
A
feet?
5-foot radius.
Okay. You
And
do so. What does it look like?
it looks like a almost like a cleaver of teal light just spins around Oscar in all directions. And that's how much damage it does if it hits. And I'm gonna be paying attention to see if I like hear any exclamations or anything of the sort.
As the force damage outside, kind of like radiates a circle around, just like before with the kaboom, the mist kind of gets pushed away, and then it just kind of slowly closes in like a slow moving slime.
Okay. So it doesn't. I don't know if anything happened. Quick question, which you don't have to answer. I just wanted to say it. I don't know if this is like, because I know when someone drinks a potion, they're under the effects of the spell. I don't know if they have to maintain concentration. But I'm just saying it in case that's a thing. I don't know if that's the case or not.
I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
And I am going over. I'm using the last 15 of my movement to go over there.
All
And that's all
right.
I got.
Fate, you're up.
Sliding here, bow out, fire.
Make it happen.
Do I get sneak attack because these things are near them?
No, they're not considered allies. They're just like magical things. They don't invoke sneak attacks.
Yeah, 6 damage.
6 damage sinks into the eye of this creature. It squeals and it begins to drip like pustules of pus onto the ground.
Sweet, now I'm gonna dash. Spot. That's my turn.
All right, the beholder actually gets one more turn as it floats slowly 20 feet. I think without question, Senra, give me another 50-50. You get to choose highs or lows.
Oh, I make a counter argument in that I don't want to.
Okay, let's do it. So we'll say Senra 1,
53.
Say what?
53. I rolled. I was being sarcastic.
Oh, okay. Did you pick highs or lows?
Oh, I didn't hear you ask me that. Sorry. We've been doing highs success, right? I mean, I
Sure.
can roll again.
No,
I'll
that's fine.
call high success and roll
Okay.
again because that's only fair.
Okay.
Hey, there you go.
Look at you. This fucking thing. You're just like flattened up against the wall doing your thing. So that gives Alexia, Kavul, and Kaith 1, 2, and 3 in that order. Of course.
Cool.
No, there's no 4. There you go. 1. Who was number 1? Alexia.
That was Alexia.
Come on. I want to cast number 4. Alexia, that was a 2, right?
Hold on, I have mirror image up, and if it's
It doesn't matter. This is a con save. Or, excuse me, this is a wisdom save.
is it a targeted effect?
Targeted creature must succeed on a DC save.
Okay, so I have to see if I have to roll to see if it hits me or one of my mirror images. If it's a targeted effect.
Okay, that's fair.
All right.
Each time the creature targets you with an attack spell.
Oh, is that what the spell says?
Mm-hmm.
So
With an
unfortunately,
attack during the spell's duration. Sorry.
So then you wouldn't have the ability of your mirror image.
This isn't an attack?
It just says targeted creature must succeed on a wisdom save.
Yeah. it's a
Okay.
save and throw, not
Then,
an attack,
yeah, I
so-
guess that wouldn't be. Okay, so I need to make a wisdom save.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Guess the usual way around mirror image and other nullifiers like that. To go for stats instead of AC.
Oh, wow, bro. You roll just like the Thursday table. So
That feels right.
look, even the chat and stream is like, "What is this? The Thursday table?" So anyway, so you hear woo, 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 as you become totally ridden in fear. You suffer from the fear effect. All right, Kavul, you're up.
Okay, bonus action. I'm going to heal myself again for another 8. Awesome. And then I don't really like this beholder, but I'm afraid of it. So, let's see. Why not? I'm gonna attempt a guiding bolt at disadvantage.
Okay.
Oh, if
The-
only it was
The
if
one
only it
time
was
your guiding
regular.
bolt hits.
So 18 damage, radiant.
Your guiding bolt slams into the center eye of this creature as it sinks in, and it begins to, all the decayed flesh parts on the outside of the face begins to kind of show signs of glowing. And it blows up like a radiant grenade, and chunks of beholder flesh gets thrown all over the place. It's been blasted with such force that the remains that get splattered within a 30-foot radius around is unrecognizable. Alexia, give me a dexterity saving throw, as well as you, Kavul.
Hey, I'm outside of that splash radius.
You both fucking fail, as you are both covered in undead beholder goo. And that is combat, guys. And it is going to be at that point, out of respect for people and work schedules, we are going to curtain call for this evening, guys.
He ran away again.
Dang, I was hoping to at least get the
Surprise,
Guys,
beholder guts off me.
I'm so sick of this guy.
Then is gonna yell out for talking so much big shit. You run away like a bitch.
Every time. Every single time.
I think Karen needs to have a talk with Mortar's manager.
Yeah, right.
All right, so I'm gonna kill the stream. We'll do our wrap up, and then we'll let you guys go. Just give me 2 seconds.